Chapter 982 Destruction of the Sacred World, Reincarnation of the Tao Ancestor. Chapter 982 Destruction of the Sacred World, Reincarnation of the Tao Ancestor. The three pure sacred world would be nothing without Laozi, the Calamity Life Controller said loudly, completely disregarding the three pure sacred world. Li Daokong added, I can deal with the heavenly sect master. The other life mighty figures spoke one after another, each choosing an opponent. In this way, in terms of high-end combat strength, the three pure sacred world was inferior to life. Ancestor Shitian stroked his beard and looked at Huang Zuantian. He did not say anything. He still trusted Huang Zuantian very much. The life faction started developing better and better ever since it was unified by Huang Zuantian. It was no longer a dark sect that everyone hated and could only hide from. It had become a famous major force. Ancestor Shitian felt inferior. Ancestor Shitian did not have much experience and ability to develop. He had only guarded the heavenly Tao in the past and had never interfered with its management. Huang Zuantian stood up and smiled. The life faction has been lying low for a long time. It's time to show our sharpness. The heavenly Tao will definitely have no objections to destroying the three pure sacred world. We'll leave after destroying it and seizing its lineage. We can't stay in the three pure sacred world for long. We obey Master's instructions. All life members immediately accepted the order. Time passed quickly. The spectators by the river felt that the water flowed very slowly, but the fish were very fast. Han Ju opened his eyes. Another 500,000 years passed. He first entered the simulation trial and challenged the nine-headed divine spirit. He easily killed the nine-headed divine spirit in less than 5 minutes. He continued to challenge. After dozens of times, he reduced the time needed to kill the nine-headed divine spirit to 20 breaths. Not enough. It still took time to insta-kill the nine-headed divine spirit. As for the Tao creator, Han Ju didn't have any designs for the time being. He probably had to wait for the ultimate origin world to completely form. Han Ju looked at Han Ling. This girl was still focused on cultivating. Her cultivation level kept increasing, making him feel that her cultivation speed was even faster than Han Huang's. Could it be his influence? After all, Han Huang did not follow him every day. After leaving the third Tao field, Han Huang still had to fight with the evil heavenly emperor. This would also delay his cultivation time. No matter what, it was a good thing that Han Ling cultivated quickly. Han Ju started to check his emails. He was shocked. They fought. Your good friend Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was attacked by your good friend Sherdudao. Your good friend Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was attacked, X49, your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Laozi was attacked by your good friend Huang Zuantian. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by your good friend Laozi and was severely injured. Your good friend Laozi was cursed by a mysterious curse. His dermic powers are in chaos. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has cursed too much and caused too much karma. His soul has been damaged. Life and the three pure sacred world fought. There were many emails below. Clearly, many years had passed since this battle. Han Ju teleported to the main Tao field and looked at the three pure sacred world. The heavenly Tao was closer to the three pure sacred world. Han Ju could see it at a glance. The once magnificent three pure sacred world no longer existed. The void was filled with ruins, corpses, broken islands, and so on. It was no longer lively. An extremely exaggerated spatial crack stood above the three pure sacred world, as if it had been slashed out by a sword. Han Ju secretly deduced that the spatial crack was created by Li Daokong. The current Li Daokong was already a great Tao sage and was extremely strong. As for the battle between Huang Zuantian and Laozi, he could not deduce it. He guessed that the two of them were fighting in a special domain. Han Ju retracted his gaze and sighed. He did not expect Huang Zuantian to have already grown to this extent. Han Ju thought for a moment and came to the 33rd heaven and landed in the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was studying an 8 trigrams painting. He immediately stood up and bowed when he saw Han Ju. Han Ju was not interested in the 8 trigrams painting. He asked after sitting down, "How's the situation in the 3 pure sacred world?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du replied, "There's nothing. The 3 pure sect leaders have already left this domain. After the Life faction snatched their resources, they also left one after another. In short, the Heavenly Tao has also benefited. At least, there are no longer any obstacles and dangers in the 3 pure sacred world. I think that the Life Lord also guessed this, that's why he dared to attack the 3 pure sacred world. No force dared to attack the Heavenly Tao in the current chaos. Not even life. Therefore, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du didn't associate Huang Zuantian with Han Ju. Han Ju asked, "Did Laozi look for you?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du shook his head. "I haven't contacted teacher for a long time." Han Ju asked in his mind, "Is what Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said true? 90 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. It's true." Han Ju was satisfied. He had to be wary of him, even if Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's favorability towards him was almost at its peak. Then, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du began to talk about the next development plan of the Heavenly Tao. With the destruction of the 3 pure sacred world, the Heavenly Tao would definitely devour its domain. Next, the Heavenly Tao would rapidly expand. In the domain under the Divine Robe Taoist, all the worlds had no choice but to befriend the Heavenly Tao. However, the Heavenly Tao still needed time if it wanted to truly dominate a region. The chaotic domain was extremely vast. The Heavenly Tao was like a drop in the ocean. At most, it was invincible in the region. Han Ju left several hours later. He began to ponder after returning to the 3rd Tao field. This was not good. It would not be worth it if the Heavenly Tao developed too quickly and provoked the 9th chaos. Han Ju had to think of a way to restrict the Heavenly Tao when it was about to develop to the domain level. Of course, it would be a different story if he could already easily control the 9th chaos at that time. If he could not, he could only restrict the Heavenly Tao. Han Ju was not afraid. If he couldn't defeat the 9th chaos, he could hide in the Tao field, but not the Heavenly Tao. Just as Han Ju was preparing to cultivate. Detected bearer of connate providence, check its origin. Han Ju was stunned. It had been a long time since he had seen this line of words. He immediately chose to check. Hong Jun, one mystic divine origin, reincarnation of the Tao ancestor, innate great creation, Tao world divine spirit, unparalleled Tao fruit, creation providence, reincarnation of the Tao ancestor. Han Ju looked over and saw a handsome young Taoist flying at the edge of the universe of stars. At first glance, this Taoist was very ordinary. His dermic powers and his cultivation level were average. It was very difficult to believe that he was the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor. Why was this fellow here? Han Ju first thought of a conspiracy. Ordinary great Tao sages might not be able to deduce the relationship between the universe of stars and Han Ju, but great Tao supreme experts could. After all, this universe originally didn't exist. It was created by Han Ju using the method of transforming illusion into reality. Han Ju began to pay attention to Hong Jun. Hong Jun flew for a few days and found a star to stay. He attracted Liu Bei's attention. Liu Bei found Hong Jun. After interacting with him, Hong Jun actually became Liu Bei's disciple. Could this be the Tao ancestors' plan? Han Ju didn't tell Liu Bei. He wanted to see what Hong Jun was up to. Chapter 983 Number 1 Deities Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. Chapter 983 Number 1 Deities Great Tao Providence Divine Authority Hong Jun's arrival didn't affect Han Ju's cultivation. Soon, he entered seclusion again. He only had one goal now, to become a Tao creator. On the other side, Liu Bei was preaching to Hong Jun. Although there were living beings in the universe of stars and he had also taken in disciples, and those living beings had intelligence, they had not encountered anything. Their comprehension of Tao techniques could not reach the threshold and they weren't even interested in listening to the Tao. Hong Jun was different. He had wandered the chaos for tens of thousands of years and was experienced. After becoming the disciple of a mighty figure, he was cautious and did not dare to be distracted. Liu Bei was very satisfied with his attitude. He finally felt like a master. No wonder Master liked to take in disciples so much. Liu Bei looked at the handsome Hong Jun and sighed. Unfortunately, I could still nurture him to participate in the chaotic assembly if he came 10 million years earlier. Liu Bei suddenly felt a little regretful. He already understood Hong Jun's potential. He was definitely a prodigy. He would be very respected if he could gain fame in the chaotic assembly. Liu Bei smiled just by thinking about it. 500,000 years later. Han Ju was already 13 million years old. Not to mention the heavenly Tao, the chaos was already brand new. Han Ju glanced over. The void near the heavenly Tao was filled with cities, floating islands, and other buildings. It was the same in other domains. The chaos was considered peaceful under the great Tao Divine Spirit's supervision. The battle between the Life faction and the three pure sacred world was nothing in the chaos. Han Ju estimated that the number of chaotic lifeforms had already increased by 100 times. A great Tao sage would be born almost every 10,000 years. As for the freedom sages, there were naturally even more. The chaotic assembly had reached its peak. Every chaotic domain had many geniuses. In this era of geniuses, the divine might heavenly sage had already become an ancient legend. Few living beings mentioned him. All sorts of rankings regarding geniuses had already spread in the chaos before the chaotic assembly began. Han Huang had already become a legend and was replaced by a new generation of geniuses. For example, in the heavenly court, the most famous was Zhao Shuangquan and Azure Heaven Mystic. They were called the two geniuses of the heavenly court. As more and more geniuses appeared, the chaos was also extremely lively. Even the great Tao door often gathered great Tao sages to exchange information. At the bottom of the chaos, the 10 absolute city arranged by the ultimate god of punishment had already been built. The news had also spread. The various factions knew that the chaotic assembly would begin at the bottom of the chaos, which also caused the bottom of the chaos to become lively. While Han Ju was observing the chaos, on the other side, in the consciousnessless great Tao world, Tao Sovereign and the other three had an imposing aura. They formed 4 terrifying pillars of qi that connected the world. The diameter kept increasing, as if the entire sky was splitting. The 4 of them were very far away from each other. The nearby spring water had already been sucked dry, leaving only pits of different sizes. Zhao Xianyuan opened his eyes and looked at his 3 companions. He smiled and said, "Brothers, I feel so strong. I'm already invincible among the great Tao sages." Jiang Yi snorted. "Then can you defeat me?" "Defeat you? Come on. I'm not afraid." The 2 of them stood up and prepared to fight. Tao Sovereign opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "What are you fighting for? Cultivate well. You will have plenty of opportunities to fight when the chaotic assembly begins." The 2 of them had no choice but to sit down again. Lao Dan sighed. The great Tao Providence Divine Authority is indeed powerful. Just the great Tao Providence Divine Authority of the consciousnessless great Tao world is already so powerful. Tao Sovereign, the divine authority you control comes from the chaos. It should be stronger, right? Tao Sovereign nodded. The power of the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority is different. My Great Tao Providence Divine Authority seems to be the opposite of the Divine Authority Generals. The Divine Authority Generals represent attack, while I am the ultimate defense. As for what it is, I will stun you when we fight in the chaotic assembly. Tao Sovereign revealed a proud expression. Lao Dan carefully sized him up and discovered that he was indeed different. His eyes contained a powerful force that made one's heart palpitate. You want to participate in the chaotic assembly? A voice sounded, and the number one deity appeared behind Lao Dan. Lao Dan was secretly shocked. So fast. He did not sense it at all. The white fur on the number one deity's face had already fallen off. Although there was still a lot of white fur on his body, he was already becoming more and more like a human. His lower body was also changing and looked deformed for the time being. Tao Sovereign looked at him and asked, "Can't we? This is our long-time plan." The number one deity said, "The chaotic assembly will be held at the bottom of the chaos. It's the closest to the consciousnessless Great Tao world. If you can take the lead in the chaotic assembly and even command all the geniuses, this will be a chance for the consciousnessless Great Tao world to rise." Tao Sovereign frowned. It's not easy to lead the chaotic prodigies. It might not work even if you obtain the title of Eternal Peak. Besides, according to you, the chaos and the consciousnessless Great Tao world can't fuse. They are opposing existences. How can the chaotic prodigies help the consciousnessless Great Tao world? The number one deity replied, "I have a way to turn the chaotic prodigy into a consciousnessless prodigy. The chaos is temporarily ownerless after the chaotic will disappeared. Its creator is busy cultivating. Previously, he probably lost a lot of his origin when he revived all the living beings in the chaos. Not to mention 10 million years, he won't come out of seclusion even in 1 billion years. He won't make a move as long as the chaos is not destroyed. He's extremely conceited. This is our opportunity, and also the opportunity of the consciousnessless Great Tao world and the heavenly Tao." Zhao Xianyuan and Jiang Yi looked at each other and did not say anything. They left it to Tao Sovereign to deal with. Tao Sovereign said in a low voice, "We will consider it." The number one deity said, "You mentioned the Divine Authority Generals just now. The consciousnessless Great Tao world also has a similar Great Tao Providence Divine Authority, and it's the strongest Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. I've already learned it before you came. Do you want to see it?" With that said, Tao Sovereign and the other three became interested. Zhao Xianyuan urged him to show it quickly. The number one deity flew into the sky and slowly raised his arms. Boom! The ground shook violently as terrifying auras emerged from the ground like countless volcanoes erupting. Tao Sovereign and the other three were shocked. With a loud sound, a black figure broke through the ground and flew into the sky. The four of them looked over. It was a black figure. His figure seemed to be covered in armor. He was burly and domineering, emitting a terrifying aura. The moment he stopped, the surrounding space began to distort, forming a terrifying and strange scene. Tao Sovereign and the other three frowned. Zhao Xianyuan muttered, "What a powerful aura. It definitely surpasses the Great Tao Sage realm. It's even stronger than the Divine Authority Generals back then." Jiang Yi frowned. The Divine Authority Generals are powerful in terms of numbers. 20,000. With that, figures broke out from the ground and rushed into the sky like black arrows. The number one deity looked down at the vast scene gathered below and said, "The chaos already has Divine Authority Generals. Thus, I'll give them the position of Destruction Authority Generals. There are as many as 20,000 chaotic Divine Authorities, while I have as many as 100,000 Destruction Authority Generals. More and more Destruction Authority Generals will be born as I become stronger. 100,000 is not the limit." Chapter 984 Chaos. Chapter 984 Chaos. 100,000 Destruction Authority Generals. Dao's sovereign and the other three were moved. Just one made them shiver. How strong were 100,000 Destruction Authority generals? They were filled with fear. At first, they worked with the number one deity because he was stupid. However, as time passed, they could no longer see through him. Now, they discovered that their strength was far inferior to the number one deity. This was not good. The power of the Destruction Authority generals that filled the sky formed a darkness that covered the sky and the earth, oppressive and terrifying. The number one deity looked at Dao's sovereign. I have such power. If you can rope in the geniuses of the chaos, you will definitely be able to overturn the chaos in the future. I promise that after overturning the chaos, the consciousnessless great Tao world and the heavenly Tao will definitely not be enemies. You're still the realm lords of the consciousnessless great Tao world. I want the consciousnessless great Tao world to obtain freedom and cultivate in peace. I don't care about power, but the chaos suppressed the consciousnessless great Tao world, causing my cultivation to be severely obstructed. I'm the first living being in the consciousnessless great Tao world. My fate is closely related to it. The number one deity's tone was very calm, but in his opinion, he was already extremely sincere. Zhao Xianyuan spread his hands and smiled. You're right. We think so, too. Call back these Destruction Authority generals first. He pretended to be calm but was sweating internally. The number one deity immediately waved his hand. All the Destruction Authority generals burrowed underground again and disappeared, leaving only dust in the sky. The number one deity exchanged pleasantries with them before leaving. After his aura completely vanished, Zhao Xianyuan heaved a sigh of relief and muttered, "This fellow is becoming more and more unfathomable." Dao's sovereign's expression was solemn. He wondered if his ultimate defense had a chance of winning against 100,000 Destruction Authority generals. Jiang Yi snorted. I keep feeling that he has ill intentions. Lao Dan smiled. No matter what, we are his saviors. He has never hurt us and even gave us such a huge opportunity. He did not think so, but he was afraid that the number one deity would hear him, so he deliberately said good things. Dao's sovereign sat down and said, "Continue cultivating. We both control the great Tao Providence Divine Authority. We can't be left behind." Zhao Xuanyuan's expression turned ugly when he thought of the 100,000 Destruction Authority generals. He thought that he had already become extremely strong, but he was way too inferior compared to the number one deity. He shivered just thinking about being surrounded by 100,000 Destruction Authority generals at this moment. He suddenly thought of his master, Han Ju. What was Han Ju's mentality when he faced 20,000 Divine Authority generals? Sigh. He wondered how strong his master was now. Zhao Xianyuan fell into a daze. Han Ju started to check his emails after observing the chaos. He discovered that Dao's sovereign and the other three appeared the most. They were all about opportunities. It seemed that they were really about to soar. Apart from Dao's sovereign and the other three, Han Tua, Han Huang, Jiang Juesher, Han Yu, Qin Ling, and the other descendants and disciples also began to frequently obtain opportunities and increase their cultivation. Han Ju thought for a moment and teleported to the second Dao field. Dao Comprehension Sword and Li Yao were very happy to see him and immediately surrounded him. However, Han Ju didn't chat with them. He quickly gathered all the Fiend Celestials in front of the Daoist temple. Regarding the chaotic assembly, does anyone want to participate? Han Ju asked. Since it was a banquet he organized, he would naturally make it bigger. Guan Bubi was the first to speak. I want to participate. The other Fiend Celestials agreed and looked excited. They had become warlike after becoming chaotic Fiend Celestials. It was indeed boring to stay in the Dao field all day. Han Ju smiled. Those who want to go out, raise your hands. I'll send you out now. With that said, most of the chaotic Fiend Celestials raised their hands. They couldn't hold it in anymore. Han Ju sent them out, leaving only the Black Hell Chicken, the chaotic Heavenly Dog, the Crimson Fox, and the Dao Field Guard, Dongjua. Li Yao and Dao Comprehension Sword did not want to go out, either. Han Ju looked at the Black Hell Chicken and asked, "Aren't you going out? You're the only one who has never left the Dao Field. Now that I've already gone out, aren't you going?" The current Black Hell Chicken was like a black phoenix. It was extremely handsome and stood as tall as an adult. "What's the point of going out? My cultivation level can still increase." "There's no need to go out," the Black Hell Chicken said proudly. The chaotic heavenly dog followed suit. Han Ju smiled. "Should I send you back to the 100-peak Immortal River and find you a Black Hell Phoenix to marry?" "No, no." The Black Hell Chicken hurriedly shook its head. The chaotic heavenly dog said, "Master, it had such thoughts before, but it was dumped, so it made up its mind not to find a Dao companion anymore." Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Such a story had happened in the 100-peak Immortal River. The Black Hell Chicken said angrily, "What are you shouting for? Who gave you the right to speak?" The chaotic heavenly dog could only shut up. Han Ju looked at the Crimson Fox next. The Crimson Fox was a little fox he had met when he descended into the mortal world to train. They had known each other for about the same time as he met Qingwaner. After that, it had been cultivating with him and had never asked for anything or complained. "I don't want to go out, either. I've just attained the Great Tao and want to continue cultivating to attain the Great Tao's Supreme Realm. I don't want to waste time outside." There were already 10 Great Tao sages in the second Tao field. Because they were all chaotic fiend celestials, the earlier they became chaotic fiend celestials, the higher their cultivation level. The Crimson Fox was one of the earliest personal disciples to become a chaotic fiend celestial. "Then cultivate well. I'll bring you to watch the commotion when the chaotic assembly begins." Han Ju waved his sleeve. The Black Hell Chicken, the chaotic heavenly dog, and the Crimson Fox immediately thanked him. Chaos ensued outside after Han Ju returned to the Daoist temple. The Black Hell Chicken was furious and was settling scores with the chaotic heavenly dog. Han Ju didn't leave immediately. Instead, he chatted with Li Yao and Dao Comprehension Sword. He had already given them status, so it was not easy for them to meet. He had to nurture their feelings. As they chatted, he realized that something was wrong with the two women. They were distracted during the conversation, but they looked at him with an extremely passionate gaze. With Han Ju's cultivation, he could naturally tell what they were thinking. "Forget it. I see that you don't want to chat. Who wants to go outside first?" Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Dao Comprehension Sword giggled. "Can I stay?" Li Yao blushed. Han Ju was stunned. He had never experienced this before. Should he try? He was tempted. It was 50 years later when he returned to the third Dao field. Han Ju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus in a good mood. Han Ling opened his eyes and frowned. "Father, why do you have two different feminine auras?" Han Ju said, "Your fourth mother and fifth mother." Han Ling was enlightened and did not ask further. Han Ju didn't cultivate immediately but looked at Hong Jun outside the Dao field. Hong Jun's potential was outstanding. He had already attained the Dao after 500,000 years. The current Hong Jun had already established a lineage in the universe of stars and accepted many disciples. He was conferred the title of sage by all living beings. As for Liu Bei, he hid behind the scenes and no longer did everything himself. Chapter 10-12 Breakthrough, Tao Creator. Chapter 10-12 Breakthrough, Tao Creator, then preach the Tao to me. My cultivation has not improved at all in the past million years, Fairy Shi Xian muttered. Han Ju nodded, but he felt inexplicably disappointed inside. He began to preach the Tao, and Fairy Shi Xian listened carefully. This lecture lasted for 1,000 years. Han Ju quietly left after Fairy Shi Xian broke through a minor realm. Then, he directly immersed himself in cultivation after returning to the third Tao field. He had a feeling that he was already close to becoming a Tao creator. He yearned for this true undying and indestructible realm. Furthermore, the Tao creator realm was not his ultimate goal. 10,000 years passed. The universe of stars in the third Tao field became filled with life, and the cultivation wind also flourished. It was just like the immortal world back then. In the blink of an eye. Another 5 million years passed. Detected that you are 30 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Establish the primordial chaos in the chaos. You can obtain a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. It was similar to when he was 20 million years old, but there was an additional supreme treasure in the second option. Han Ju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You obtained a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. You have obtained the ultimate Tao treasure, world-piercing divine origin Bao, world-piercing divine origin Bao, ultimate Tao treasure, born from the ultimate origin Qi. It contains the power to shatter the great Tao world and can recognize a soul as its owner. The owner is not allowed to use other ultimate Tao treasures in the future. Ultimate Tao treasure, not bad, not bad. It was very powerful to be able to shatter the great Tao world. However, the last note made him dissatisfied. This uniqueness did not suit him. He would keep it for now. It didn't matter if he used it or not. With his strength, it was not difficult to destroy a great Tao world as long as no Tao creator stopped him. Han Ju didn't take out his Dharma treasure but continued cultivating. The Tao creator realm was right in front of him. At this moment, the entire ultimate origin Qi was red. Countless galaxies were dotted in this sea of ultimate origin Qi and were extremely stable. The ultimate origin world began to produce living beings on its own, surprising the chaotic fiend celestials who wanted to create living beings but failed. Sensing that he was about to break through, Han Ju said, "Linger, go out for a while." Han Ling was stunned. After so many years, this was the first time her father had asked her to go out. She didn't ask further and immediately stood up to leave. Han Ju was the only one left in the Taoist temple. A red pattern appeared between his eyebrows as if his flesh had been torn apart. A black and red ball of light flew out. Ultimate origin world. The black and red ball of light began to condense and become real. Han Ju held it in his palm and continued to comprehend it. The great Tao world was about to be completed. The Tao creator realm was right in front of him. All these years of comprehension allowed him to know what the transcendent rule was. Every great Tao world had its transcendent rule. This rule contained the truths of the 3,000 great Tao and the profundity of the autonomous great Tao world. It could allow any existence to be born and also eliminate the unstable elements in the great Tao world. It was almost omnipotent. This was the divine rule of creation. Han Ju would be able to enter the Tao creator realm that he had yearned for a long time when the divine rule of creation of the ultimate origin world completely condensed and controlled it before fusing with him. It seemed very close, but it still needed some time. Nearly 100,000 years later, the divine rule of creation was successfully condensed. 1,000,000 years later, the divine rule of creation controlled the ultimate origin world and connected to the 3,000 great Tao. 500,000 years later, Han Ju fused with the divine rule of creation. He began to break through. 100,000 years later, Han Ju successfully broke through. His dermic powers began to undergo a qualitative change. It was the same for his body and soul. This transformation process took 100,000 years. Han Ju was in a sublime state. His consciousness covered the entire ultimate origin world. Although the ultimate origin world was not as big as the chaos, it was already very vast. Everything in every corner of the world entered his vision. In an instant, he could pay attention to countless corners at the same time. This vision was extremely magical. It was not as simple as multitasking, but doing trillions of things at once. Han Ju's control over the ultimate origin world far exceeded before with the divine rule of creation's help. It was as if the ultimate origin world had become a part of his dharmic powers. He could change everything in the ultimate origin world with a thought. No wonder the ninth chaos could easily revive all living beings in the chaos. After a certain period of time, Han Ju opened his eyes. His body had already transformed into the ultimate origin chi like a red and black shadow. Detected that you have broken through to the Tao Creator realm. You have the following choices. 1. Place the ultimate origin world in a blank domain. You can obtain 5 creation heavens chosen attempts. 2. Keep a low profile and continue to hide the ultimate origin world in your soul. You can obtain a supreme treasure. That's it. Han Ju was very disappointed, but the first option was too dangerous. He might be suppressed by the ninth chaos if he took it out. Perhaps he could already resist the ninth chaos, but if that was the case, there would be endless trouble. How could he cultivate? As for the creation heavens chosen, he could rely on time to accumulate more. Han Ju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a supreme treasure. You have obtained the ultimate supreme treasure, Supreme Tao Heavenly Wheel of Creation, Supreme Tao Heavenly Wheel of Creation, Ultimate Supreme Treasure. It can attack and defend at the same time. It contains the strongest defense known to exist. It is indestructible and can devour the power of karma. Awesome! Ultimate Supreme Treasure. Han Ju's heart beat faster. He had made a killing. The strongest defense sounded impressive. Han Ju didn't take out this supreme treasure. Instead, he began to consolidate his cultivation and checked his attributes panel. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 31,800,128/12, 199, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999. 999 octillion 999 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999. Race, ultimate origin fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor. Cultivation, early stage Tao creator, perfect sage, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, Great Tao of life and death, Great Tao of karma, Great Tao of extreme origin, constitution, extreme Tao ultimate origin body. His lifespan was so long. How satisfying. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to calculate how many years there were. He only knew that he could live for a long time. This was the lifespan of his origin. Even if he only had a year of normal lifespan left, Han Ju could use the rules of time to extend this year indefinitely, as if he could live forever. The meaning of origin lifespan was karma. Many methods could hurt it. Han Ju's cultivation finally stabilized after 50,000 years. After consolidating his cultivation, the first thing Han Ju did was challenge the formless transcendent deity. As for those sword Tao mystical powers, he couldn't be bothered to improve them. He could dominate everything with the divine might Great Heaven Palm, the ultimate origin Heaven Seal, and the ultimate origin Soul Oblivion. Indeed. Instant kill. There was no doubt about it. In the same realm, there was no reason for Han Ju to lose to the formless transcendent deity. However, this was only a simulation trial. It could only determine his victory. In reality, the Tao Creator was undying. The Tao Creator was eternal if the divine rule of creation was not destroyed. Only the master of the great Tao world could sense its existence, and it could be separated from the great Tao world, so it was impossible to target. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1013 New Era. Chapter 1013 New Era. Han Ju kept simulating the trial. He challenged 10 formless transcendent deities at once. It was barely enough. It had to be said that the formless transcendent deity was indeed powerful. The mysterious power's restriction was extremely strong. Unfortunately, it couldn't break through Han Ju's defense. He took out the Supreme Tao Heavenly Wheel of Creation and started to make it recognize him as its owner. This ultimate supreme treasure was a golden wheel that could change size freely. After all, it was an ultimate supreme treasure. Han Ju spent 1,000 years just refining it to recognize him as its master. If not for him becoming a Tao creator, the time would probably have been 100 or 1,000 times longer. After recognizing him as its master, the Supreme Tao Heavenly Wheel emitted a dazzling golden light and flew behind him. It was very imposing. Han Ju sized himself up and was very satisfied with his current appearance. He called Han Ling back into the Taoist temple after hiding the ultimate origin world in the depths of his soul. Han Ling hurriedly asked after she entered, "Father, you broke through? What realm are you at now?" Han Ju said, "It's just a small breakthrough. It's still the Great Tao Supreme Realm." Han Ling nodded. Breaking through to the Tao Creator realm did not cause much of a commotion. With the Tao field isolated, the living beings in the chaos could not sense it. The level of the living beings in the Tao field was too low and could not sense the aura of the Tao Creator. Just like when the 9th chaos appeared, Han Ju couldn't even see him. Han Ju didn't say anything else and started to check his emails. He had not read emails for so many years and did not know what his circle of friends was like. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has comprehended a supreme mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend, the ultimate god of punishment, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your son Han Huang has entered the consciousnessless great Tao world. Your good friend Li Dao Kong established a world. Your disciple Tao Sovereign was attacked by demons, X1039982222, your disciple, your granddisciple Murong Qi has fused with the great Tao of war and stepped into the extraordinary realm. Your good friend Pangu has revived. Your disciple Jiang Juesher has entered the chaotic crack. There were many opportunities and attacks. However, from the opportunities and maps involved, they had all grown. Han Ju was very glad that he was not the only one growing. After reading the emails, he pondered if he should go out for a walk. In any case, the next breakthrough would definitely take more than 30 million years. He didn't care about decades. However, he had to think about how to deal with the divine rule of creation before leaving. Other than placing it in the ultimate origin world, he could also split it up and hide it in different places to ensure that he would not die. He could leave a wisp of each of the 3 Tao fields and find a place in the chaos to leave a wisp. The blank domain was also a good choice. The divine rule of creation was extremely powerful. The normal operation of the ultimate origin world would not be affected even if he split it into 100 million portions. After making up his mind, Han Ju directly used his will to control the 3 wisps of the divine rule of creation to be placed into 3 Tao fields. He stood up and asked, "I want to go out for a walk. Do you want to go?" Han Ling was stunned. She hurriedly stood up and said, "I'll follow wherever father goes." Han Ju smiled and nodded. "Wait for a few decades. I have to accompany your mothers first." Qin Ling had no objections and sat down again. 80 years later. Han Ju brought Han Ling to the heavenly Tao. The two of them suppressed their cultivation. The cultivation of the heavenly Tao was not as high as theirs, so it was naturally easy for them to enter. The heavenly Tao could only resist chaotic existences that were not much stronger than it. Back then, the Holy Mother of Order had destroyed the heavenly Tao with a flip of her hand. That was still vivid in everyone's mind. Han Ju didn't alarm the heavenly Tao sages as he brought Han Ling around the immortal world. Outside the 33rd heaven, in the Universal Hall, more than 1,000 heavenly Tao sages stayed here. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du sat at the head of the table and faced all the sages. The scene was quite spectacular. The heavenly Tao had changed drastically after more than 20 million years. There were more than 2 great Tao sages alone, and 1/5 of them were freedom sages. The scale of the heavenly Tao also doubled, causing every heavenly Tao sage to have a territory to manage. However, the divine might heavenly sage didn't appear for a long time. The new sages had never seen Han Ju, and he was already regarded as a legend. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du knew how to behave. Every time he held the sage meeting, he would always leave a mat beside him. It was Han Ju's location and told the new sages that the divine might heavenly sage was still around. Xiao Shilai snorted. The Panga race has reunited and the news has even spread to the heavenly Tao. Giant God Pangu probably has other thoughts. Pan Xian smiled. Indeed. After all, the heavenly Tao is so powerful, but the current heavenly Tao can't return to him. The Tao ancestor also can't even if he revives. However, he's our ancestor, after all. We can't lose our etiquette. In the past million years, Pangu had wantonly created worlds and living beings. It was unknown if these living beings were lucky or it was on purpose, but they began to visit the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was open to trade and had always been open to chaotic lifeforms. The other sages also expressed their opinions. They were almost all wary of Pangu. Most of them were living beings born after the heavenly Tao restarted. They didn't have a deep impression of Pangu. In their understanding, the creation god was the divine might heavenly sage. If not for the divine might heavenly sage, the heavenly Tao would have perished several times. After chatting about Pangu, Fang Liang said, "Recently, the conflict between the Han family and the Flying Heaven sect has been intensifying. This matter has to be resolved to prevent a huge problem." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du asked, "What's Han Yunjin's attitude?" Fang Liang said, "He's in seclusion. The current family head doesn't want to let this go. Although this matter was caused by the younger generation, the price the Han family paid was too heavy. He won't be able to face his clansmen if he lets this go." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du frowned. The Flying Heaven sect has produced many geniuses, including sages. We can't disappoint them, Zhang Guxing added. With that said, more than 10 sages nodded and looked at him gratefully. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said in a strange tone, "Are there too few geniuses in the Han family? They've hundreds of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Furthermore, the Han family has many branches. They will also be a considerable force if they join forces." The new sages were silent. The forces involved were powerful. They didn't dare to interrupt rashly to avoid offending their seniors. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, "No matter what, this matter has to be settled to prevent it from affecting the situation in the immortal world. Why don't we sages take out some treasures to make up for it and let them resolve their karma?" Long Hao said, "My junior Han has a strong personality. He said that he wants to see the sect master of the Flying Heaven sect and make it clear in person. I'm afraid the matter will intensify if the sages interfere." Ji Xianqian said, "Then let them meet. Didn't the Flying Heaven sect master call himself a hero of the heavenly Tao? Doesn't he have the guts to meet the other party?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du frowned even more. Clearly, this was not only a battle between the Han family and the Flying Heaven sect but also a battle between two factions. The Flying Heaven sect was jointly established by the second-generation sages. It had a 20 million year history and a deep foundation. It controlled thousands of mortal worlds, so it was naturally arrogant. Although the Han family was related to the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, there was more than one Han family among the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's descendants. The Flying Heaven sect's reputation would be severely damaged if they lowered their heads every time Han Ju was mentioned. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1014 Ultimate Killing Star. Chapter 1014 Ultimate Killing Star. The older generation of sages opposed each other and argued endlessly. As time passed, the new sages also began to take sides. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du felt a headache. He missed the atmosphere when the Divine Might Heavenly Sage presided over the Heavenly Tao. Who dared to say they were anxious under the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's eyes? However, as time passed, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's image in his mind inexplicably became blurry. He couldn't even remember his true name. In the end, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "Let the Flying Heaven sect master and the head of the Han family meet at the peak of Buzhou Divine Mountain. Sage Han Yu, you have to go personally to prevent chaos." Han Yu nodded. Speaking of which, the Han family's master was of the same generation as him, but the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. They had never met. The expressions of the sages changed slightly. They felt that Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was biased towards the Han family, but facing Han Yu, they did not dare to act recklessly. Although Han Yu was a calm person, his grand disciple, Qin Ling, was not to be trifled with. He had a fiery personality. A sage once spoke ill of Han Yu. Qin Ling immediately hunted him down when he heard of it. A sage would have died if not for the older generation standing up. After this matter was settled, another sage mentioned another important matter. This was the Universal Hall. Once the sages gathered, it would definitely take a long time to settle things. The mountains undulated and the red sun hung above the mountains and rivers. Han Ju and Han Ling walked in the forest. The forest here was sparse and many cultivators were coming and going. They were all facing one direction. Han Ju and his daughter were like transcendent immortals, so they naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, no one came to cause trouble for the time being. Han Ling asked, "Father, the aura ahead is not strong. It's even inferior to some of the cultivators coming and going. Could it be a scam?" Han Ju smiled. "What does it have to do with us? Just take it as joining in the fun. Let's go." The father and daughter went up the mountain and stopped at a stone pavilion. This mountain was majestic and one could look down on the nearby mountains and rivers. From here, he could see a Taoist temple located halfway up a mountain. In front of the temple was a dam platform with dozens of cultivators sitting. There were also cultivators in the nearby mountains. It was a spectacular scene. Han Ju waited for the immortal to preach the Tao while preparing to use the creation heavens chosen. He had already accumulated the creation heavens chosen twice. It was time to use it once. Activating the creation heavens chosen. A random great creation will appear among your descendants. Your descendant Han Yi has awakened an innate great creation ultimate killing star, born with the soul of the killing star. He is arrogant by nature. The more he kills, the stronger his cultivation. He cannot tolerate any providence of heaven and earth. Ultimate killing star. Han Ju was secretly curious. He began to deduce Han Yi. This fellow was not Han Yunjin's descendant, but Han Yu's. Their bloodlines were thousands of generations apart and had already deviated from the main family. He was born in a village in the mortal world. His parents were farmers and he did not know the origins of his ancestors. Han Yi was only 2 years old and was undergoing a great change. Han Ju asked in his mind, between the ultimate killing star and the primordial emperor star, who is stronger? It is hard to compare innate great creations. Han Ju was interested in Han Yi. He decided to visit him in a few years. Several years was a very short time for Han Ju. In the wilderness, a youth with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked as if he was flying. In front of him was a wild boar that was taller than an adult. "Bastard! You've invaded my garden. Where are you running? The youth leaped and landed on the wild boar's back. He waved his small fist. Boom! The wild boar instantly fell to the ground. Its fat head smashed into the ground, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Blood splattered everywhere. The youth was not appeased and continued to punch. The wild boar quickly died. He stood up and grinned. Then, he carried the wild boar back to his house. The difference in size between the two was huge and visually shocking. After returning to the village, the youth threw the wild boar at the entrance, attracting the attention of the villagers. Han Yi is really powerful. TSK, the power of a 9-year-old is so terrifying. It's like a devil master descending from the heavens. Well done. This wild boar deserves to die. Ha ha ha, Han Yi, can you share the meat? TSK, I killed a huge worm last time. This time, I killed a wild boar as big as a carriage. It's too ferocious. Han Yi placed his hands on his hips and laughed. You can all split up the meat. Send the right thigh to my house. With that, he rushed towards the mountain on the left of the village. He was like an ape in the forest, quickly traveling. He arrived at a valley after traveling for more than 10 kilometers. The entrance of the valley was covered in vines and weeds. At first glance, it was very difficult to find a path here. Han Yi rushed in directly. After entering the mountain pass, there was a small wooden house. In front of the wooden house was a lake with green waves. A young man and woman were fishing in front of the lake. The woman was as beautiful as a flower and could cause the downfall of a city. The man was even more handsome and had a more immortal aura than the woman. Han Yi approached them and said excitedly, "Immortal masters, I killed a very big wild boar today. Didn't you see that the wild boar was as big as this wooden house? I killed it with 3 punches and 2 kicks." Han Ju glanced at him and smiled. "Has your strength increased?" Han Yi nodded excitedly and clenched his fists. "Immortal masters, the luck technique you taught me is too powerful. My strength actually increased after killing the wild boar." Han Ling frowned but did not say anything. Han Ju smiled and asked, "You came to tell us this?" Han Yi scratched his head and chuckled. "Immortal masters, I want to kill more evil beasts to increase my strength, but there are too few evil worms in the forest within 100 miles. What should I do?" "All you know is to kill. You're so fierce at such a young age." Han Ling scolded him, scaring Han Yi. He had known this pair of immortal masters for half a month. He was most afraid of Han Ling because she had never given him a good attitude. Han Yi looked at Han Ju pitifully. Although he was only 9 years old, Han Yi looked about 13 or 14 years old. His appearance was not at all similar to Han Ju, but he indeed had his bloodline. Han Ju smiled and said, "I'll teach you a fist technique. You don't have to kill them to increase your strength. Go back and cultivate for a few months. Come and find us when you master the technique." Then, he raised his hand and pointed without waiting for him to answer. Han Yi trembled and immediately fell into a daze. He had already returned home when he woke up. A memory appeared in his mind. He worshipped Han Ju even more. He was really an immortal master. In the valley, Han Ling asked in confusion, "Father, do you like him so much?" The Han Ju smiled. "Can't I? Although he's a descendant of our bloodline, the difference in seniority is too great. He's like a stranger to us. Furthermore, this child is violent by nature. I can't see any good in him." Han Ling shook her head. Han Ju thought to himself. It seemed that the chosen ones couldn't sense each other. Han Ling could sense Jiang Juesher's great creation because the primordial emperor star was superior. Han Ju smiled and said, "Although he enjoys killing, he's still very good to the village. How can the path of cultivation not have killing sins? You haven't experienced it, and that's because we're here. If not for me, you would have to fight with others just for a safe place to cultivate. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 10:15 Divine Light Flashing in the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 10:15 Divine Light Flashing in the Heavenly Tao. Han Ling fell silent. She felt that it made sense, but she still didn't like Han Yi. His potential is average. Why do you have to take care of him like this? Han Ling asked. Han Yi had yet to start cultivating. What Han Ju taught were all body tempering techniques. The ultimate killing star was not as bright as the primordial emperor star. The primordial emperor star was outstanding from the beginning. However, the ultimate killing star was different. It needed to be tempered by killing. The more he killed, the stronger Han Yi became. He would probably be the strongest when he killed all living beings. Such potential was actually a threat to Han Ju, but he was not afraid. In terms of threat, anyone could grow up. However, he could never be threatened with the primordial heavenly prison and his cultivation attitude. Han Yi was different from the other children. He was a creation heaven's chosen. Only one had appeared after 10 million years of accumulation. Han Ju naturally had to meet every one of them and build his foundation in advance. Otherwise, it would probably be troublesome if he became stronger in the future and didn't acknowledge the ancestor. How to rope them in was to help these chosen ones attain the Tao when they were insignificant. This way, others could say that it was all thanks to the divine might heavenly sage when they rose in the future. They wouldn't think they were the chosen ones. His potential is extraordinary. You will understand in the future, Han Ju said meaningfully. Han Ling curled her lips and said, his soul is indeed extraordinary, but it's too weak. He's considered a genius in the mortal world, but he's still a mortal in the eyes of the great Tao. How can he compare to me? Was this girl jealous? It was not like this usually. Han Ju smiled and didn't say anything else. Han Ling snorted. She wanted to see how high Han Ye's achievements were. The father and daughter continued fishing. This was Han Ju's recent hobby. He didn't use his dermic powers and mystical powers to compete in fishing. Han Ling also liked it because she could defeat her father. Several months later, Han Yi arrived and said excitedly, Immortal Master, I've already learned it. I'll show it to you. He walked in front of Han Ju and started to punch. His punches were fierce and his muscles and bones roared like leopards. He had the aura of a human-shaped ferocious beast. Han Ling was disdainful, but she did not mock him directly. After all, the other party was still a child. Han Ju smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad. You will definitely become a dragon or phoenix in the future. Year, do you have a goal for the future? What kind of person do you want to become? The word year was extremely gentle. Han Yi was even more excited, but he also became more obedient. He scratched his head and said, I don't know either, but I want to become stronger than anyone. Han Ju smiled and asked, then, do you want to be stronger than me? Han Yi chuckled. Of course. But don't worry. You treat me well. I'll protect you after I'm stronger than you in the future. Han Ling couldn't help but laugh at him. Brat, do you know who he is? Han Ling secretly felt good. Han Ju smiled and said, do you know about cultivators? Although you know some moves, you're still inferior to those cultivators. I'm not a true immortal and can't teach you much. Han Yi nodded. I know. 2 years ago, a cultivator passed by and turned stone into gold. He made the blind date in the village extremely excited. I've long told father that when I grow up, I'll marry and have children. I'll pursue the path of cultivation after I leave them with him. I can also reward them with longevity and wealth if I can attain the Tao before the two of them die of old age. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. Han Ju smiled and nodded. Han Ling snorted. You're really cheerful. You can even give up your filial duty to your son. Han Yi was born proud. He didn't dare to offend Han Ling before, but he didn't allow her to mock him like this. Humph, what about you? How much have you done? Han Yi asked mockingly. Han Ling said, I've always accompanied my father since I was born. She suddenly realized that she had only received her father's protection and had not been filial. Han Yi said disdainfully, then, why did you leave your father now? Han Ling frowned. I've never left him. You really know how to. Han Yi started cursing, but then he suddenly stopped. Could it be? He stared harder. He couldn't help but look at Han Ju and saw him nodding with a smile. Speechless, Han Yi asked, Immortal Master, how old are you? He thought that Han Ju and Han Ling were husband and wife and looked about the same age. Han Ju smiled and said, Since you're here, you must have something to ask of me. However, I have nothing to teach you anymore. Han Yi panicked. He couldn't be bothered to be surprised by Han Ju's age. He knelt down and started to kowtow. Han Ju didn't stop him. He should kowtow. Han Ju took out a bow when Han Ye's forehead turned red. Then, a cold light appeared and illuminated the sky. Even the 33rd heaven shook, startling the sages out of seclusion. Han Ju quickly suppressed the world-piercing divine origin bow and placed many restrictions on it. Han Ling stared at the world-piercing divine origin bow with her beautiful eyes burning. What a domineering Dharma treasure. She wanted it. Father, Han Ling was about to speak when she was interrupted. Han Ju stared at Han Yi and asked, Yealer, do you like this bow? Han Yi looked up and was instantly stunned by the world-piercing divine origin bow. He nodded desperately. Han Ling pouted in anger and turned her head away. Han Ju threw the world-piercing divine origin bow to the ground and said, This bow is yours, but you have to take it yourself. Han Yi hurriedly went forward and grabbed the bow. His expression changed. He couldn't hold it. He tried his best. His face turned red, but he still could not lift it. Han Ju stood up and said, Year, we're leaving. When we meet again, the world will definitely change. Perhaps you won't remember my appearance. Han Yi looked up and asked anxiously, Immortal Master, where are you going? Life has its own parting. You have your own path, and I have my own Tao. After a few months of fate, this bow will accompany you for life. Remember, never give this treasure to others. With that, Han Ju waved his sleeve and disappeared with Han Ling. The valley became quiet. This immortal method stunned Han Yi. He asked loudly when he came back to his senses, Immortal Master, what's your name? I can repay you in the future. Unfortunately, he did not receive any reply. Han Ju and Han Ling rode on the clouds. Han Ling said unhappily, How can you give such a treasure to that brat? Besides, if we give it to him, why don't we accept him and bring him around to cultivate? Aren't you afraid that others will snatch it? Han Ju smiled. No. He could tell that Han Ling was dissatisfied, but he did not explain. Han Ling would not hate him for this. Time would prove his actions and would definitely surprise her. Han Ju still had one more creation heaven's chosen attempt. He thought for a moment and decided to use it. The arrival of the two heavens chosen would definitely cause a huge commotion in the heavenly Tao. Han Ju silently chose to activate the creation heavens chosen. Activating the creation heavens chosen. A random great creation will appear among your descendants. Your descendant Han Yao has awakened an innate great creation conquest heavenly star, born with the Tao of conquest. He will fight all his life and never stop fighting. He can conquer all rules, karma, providence, and so on to increase his chi of conquest. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 10:16 Creation Will. Chapter 10:16 Creation Will Conquest Heavenly Star. It looked so impressive. Han Ju discovered that the three heavens chosen great creations all ended with star. Could it be related to his stellar primordial body? Were these creations derived from the stars of the ultimate origin world? Han Ju began to deduce Han Yao. Han Yao was a descendant of Li Yao's son, Han Yunjin. He was born in the main Han family in the immortal world. His starting point was much higher than Han Ye's. He didn't have to treat Han Yao like how he treated Han Yi. Han Yi started from nothing and needed someone to lead him to cultivate. However, Han Yao was different. He was born rich and it was not difficult for him to embark on the path of cultivation. Han Ju only needed to recruit him to cultivate beside him when he grew up and nurture him openly. Han Yi, Han Yao. Han Ju thought of something and couldn't help but smile. Han Ling asked, "Father, what are you thinking?" Han Ju smiled and said, "The Han family has another good seedling." Han Ling's face darkened. Han Ju laughed and continued to travel the world with her. Immortal world, Buzhou Mountain. All the forces gathered here. The entire mountain was filled with cultivators of various races. There were countless of them. Two figures faced each other on the peak of the mountain. One was the sect master of the Flying Heaven sect, and the other was the master of the Han family. In the distance, Han Yu sat under an old tree and watched quietly. The Han family and the Flying Heaven sect disciples watched from the sky outside the mountain peak. Both sides were on high alert and extremely nervous. The Flying Heaven sect master was the first to speak. "Fellow Taoist Han, the beginning of this karma lies with your Han family disciples. Could it be that you want the disciples of the heavenly sect to swallow their anger?" The Han family's master snorted. "It's indeed because of my Han family's disciples, but your disciples can just teach them a lesson. Why do you have to be so ruthless, Han?" The sect master of the Flying Heaven sect said, "How can I teach you a lesson? You destroyed my disciples' opportunity. Such a situation is irreconcilable in the cultivation world. Why is your Han family so powerful? Then in the cultivation world, there's still a need to seek revenge. If you fight the young, the old will attack. Why should your Flying Heaven sect ask the sages for help? Besides, that opportunity didn't belong to your disciple in the first place." At that time, no one knew the exact situation. A group of juniors fought for the opportunity. "Your disciple lost the opportunity, so you blame my Han family disciples." The Han family's master mocked, causing the atmosphere to instantly freeze. The Flying Heaven sect master's expression instantly turned cold, his eyes filled with killing intent. The head of the Han family was not afraid. The disdain on his face deepened. Han Yu had no choice but to say, "The two of you, it's time to resolve the problem. Tell me, what are your conditions for you to give up?" Hearing this, the Han family's master had no choice but to restrain his expression and give the sages of the same generation face. The two mighty figures of the immortal world began to bargain. At the same time, halfway up Buzhou Mountain, Han Ju and Han Ling were also watching. Han Ling sighed. "Our Han family is really domineering." Han Ju smiled and said, "It's difficult to determine karma." He did not plan to interfere in this matter. The Han family was already powerful enough. Not to mention, Han Yu, Han Tuo, Han Huang, Han Qing'er, and the others could also be there backing. As he watched the commotion, Han Ju asked in his mind, "I want to know the origin of the system now." He could understand the origin of the system as long as he became a Tao creator. Han Ju had already guessed it, so he was not anxious about this answer. At his level, he still couldn't sense the existence of the system. That could only mean one thing. The system was unrelated to the Nine Chaos and was only related to the primordial Fiend Celestial who had once created the primordial chaos. That primordial Fiend Celestial was the oldest existence known. Do you want to trace the origin of the system? Please choose carefully. Why was it so scary? He even had to choose cautiously. Will I die? No, will it cause substantial damage to me? No, Han Ju was speechless. He silently chose to continue. Boom! Han Ju's thoughts entered the illusion. A purple light dispersed the darkness, forcing him to open his eyes. He discovered that he had arrived in a void filled with countless purple chi. An extremely huge sun illuminated the void in the distance. He could even feel the heat. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and saw a figure hidden in the huge sun. This was the primordial chaos, so only the primordial fiend celestial could be in the sun. Sun. You're finally here. An indifferent tone floated over. Han Ju asked, Primordial fiend celestial? The indifferent voice replied, No, like you, the primordial fiend celestial is only a successor, but he died on the path of inheritance. Han Ju was moved. It was not the primordial fiend celestial. What was that? Then who are you? Han Ju asked in a low voice. He felt inexplicably uneasy. This was an instinctive feeling when facing the unknown. My existence has no name. If you insist on giving me a name, I am the will that creates everything. Creation will. The indifferent voice sounded again. There was nothing in the beginning, not even imagination. Until the creation appeared. I'm not sure how it appeared. It created a world. As the world formed, I was also born. However, this world was too tiny. I wanted to help it grow, but I couldn't interfere in its creation. I could only transform my will into a great opportunity and enter the world. Dozens of existences obtained me before the primordial fiend celestial was born. Unfortunately, they failed. The primordial fiend celestial is the first half-successful person. With my help, he created the primordial chaos, but he couldn't improve anymore. However, he created the primordial lifeforms before he died. An existence among the primordial lifeforms created the chaos. I have assisted countless existences after the primordial fiend celestial in the endless years. The number far exceeds your imagination. There are also my inheritors in the 9 great chaos. They all failed. The strongest has only reached the great Tao Supreme Realm. Most of them fell into eternal damnation because of their arrogance. Until I met you. I existed in the way you liked and helped you become stronger. You are different from other living beings. With my help, you were invincible, but you had always been cautious. If you could avoid karma, you would never provoke it. If you provoked it, you would definitely eliminate it completely. Therefore, you became a Tao creator. Han Ju frowned and asked, Since you are the creation will, your goal is for me to help all of this develop better. Is this my fate? Han Ju was thinking when countless images suddenly appeared in front of him. Some inheritors were born rich and arrogant. They died under the siege of powerful enemies. An inheritor was born alone. He liked to kill and attracted the backlash of the rules. Some inheritors were born poor and cultivated cautiously. After attaining the Tao, they felt invincible and acted recklessly. They were suppressed by mighty figures. Some inheritors relied on great opportunities to interact with people with great providence. They had immense power, but they fell into endless trouble and were finally killed because their disciples turned against them. Some inheritors were as cautious as Han Ju. They would ask about the risks when they encountered opportunities. As their cultivation level reached the great Tao Supreme Realm, they felt that they were invincible in the chaos and acted arrogantly. As time passed, they forgot to ask about the risks. The 9th chaos sensed that they became a Tao creator and killed them. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 10-17 Karma of the Great Calamity. Chapter 10-17 Karma of the Great Calamity. Countless inheritances of the system fell into Han Ju's eyes, causing his heart to stir. Han Ju was afraid. He had also faced the problems these inheritors had faced. Fortunately, he kept his bottom line. But then again, those inheritors only faced external bewitchment. He was different. The system would try to bewitch him every time it gave him a choice. Damn it! The creation will replied, no, you represent the unknown. The unknown represents hope. While waiting for the successful person to appear, I suffered the backlash of all existences and no longer exist. What you face is the remnant will I left in the system. I won't restrain you. I won't interfere no matter what you do in the future. I look forward to what kind of existence you will become. Han Ju didn't believe all of this. He asked, why did you choose me? That's your luck. Every chosen successor has such doubts. I can't answer them. It can only be your providence. Han Ju wasn't too satisfied with the answer. He asked, why is my Dao field stronger than my cultivation level? Why aren't there any previous inheritors? As I constantly changed inheritors, the system became stronger. When you die, this opportunity will find the next successor, and the help he receives will also be greater than yours. The creation will paused for a moment and continued, the reason why I tested you when you were chosen was also that you wasted nearly a fifth of a mortal's lifespan for good providence. Such a situation is unprecedented. Han Ju said, thank you for your praise. It's not a compliment. Han Ju was stunned, not understanding what the creation will meant. He asked, can you control the system? No, I'm only a remnant will. I can't have a substantial effect on any existence. Then, do you have anything to say to me? Han Ju's Dao heart didn't change after he understood the system's past. Anyway, it was right to maintain his previous attitude. The creation will was silent. The edge of the huge sun in the distance began to fluctuate, as if the heat was scorching the sky. After a long while, the creation will's voice slowly floated over. Just like the heavenly Tao, although the heavenly Tao gives birth to a will, the heavenly Tao itself also exists. Unconsciously, there is always a power that restricts the development of all of this. As for what it is, I'm not sure either. Even I can't imagine what exists outside of all of this. What's the meaning of my birth? Perhaps you can see through the meaning of existence when you reach the Creator Lord realm. With that, the illusion shattered. Remember, the strongest is not eternal. Even if you're the strongest, you will be surpassed sooner or later if you stop cultivating. There is no lack of strongest people from various eras among the previous inheritors. Most of them got lazy and were surpassed by those who came later. Always remember how you got to this point. The creation will's voice became more and more ethereal. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. It was still very noisy on Buzhou Mountain. The Flying Heaven sect and the Han family had yet to come to a conclusion. Han Ju felt bored. It turned out that he was not the primordial Fian Celestial's reincarnation. He was only one of the countless inheritors chosen. He had been thinking too much. Before this, he was still wondering if he was the primordial Fian Celestial's reincarnation. Before he died, he had created a golden finger for himself, or that the system was given by the future him. He had seen an online novel on Earth in the past. It was set like this. He had to be wary of the so-called creation will. Han Ju felt that this fellow's self-introduction was a little dangerous. Why would he leave behind a remnant will if he had no desires? Han Ju didn't ask the system. He couldn't tell if the creation will could control the system. No matter what, he had to work hard to become stronger. The Creator Lord realm was not enough. In order to be stable, he had to at least surpass the Creator Lord realm before he could challenge the goal mentioned by the creation will. Han Ju couldn't act according to others' thoughts. He had to always be ahead of others and above them. Han Ling couldn't help but laugh. Father, these so-called mighty figures in the immortal world are like mortals. They're boring. The head of the Han family and the sect master of the Flying Heaven sect both suffered losses. They used treasures to comfort the disciples who were involved in this karma. This matter seemed to have ended, but there was trouble ahead. Han Ju deduced that the karma between the two of them was already deep. There would definitely be a shocking battle between the two forces. This also involved Han Yi and Han Yao. Especially Han Yi. The Flying Heaven sect would be Han Ye's stepping stone to attain the Tao. Han Ju began to look forward to that day, but this karma would have already ended when he came out of seclusion the next time. The father and daughter stood up and left for the chaos. Several decades later, they returned to the third Tao field. Han Ju directly moved Han Yao into the third Tao field and created a clone to teach him. His main body began to enter seclusion. Han Yao was handsome and suave. Since he looked like Han Ju, he attracted Xing Hongxian and the other women's attention. At first, Han Yao panicked. After Han Ju's explanation, the panic turned into surprise. He knelt down to the ancestor and began to enjoy the first opportunity of his life. Han Ling was very interested in Han Yao. She wanted to see how powerful this descendant her father had made an exception to take in was. In the end, he was not outstanding. The conquest heavenly star required battles to grow. Only then could his potential and strength transform. The current Han Yao and Han Yi were the same. They had yet to show their potential. After losing interest, Han Ling no longer paid attention to Han Yao. Han Yao usually meditated and cultivated. Every time he broke through, Han Ju's clone would teach him a mystical power and preach the Tao. Even Xing Hongxian could tell that Han Ju thought highly of Han Yao. Other than his own son, no one else had such treatment. No, even his own son was inferior. Han Ju didn't specially create clones to treat Han Huang and his children. 10,000 years later, Han Yao was sent back to the immortal world by Han Ju's clone. This time, a peerless prodigy had descended. More than 300,000 years later, Han Ju was still cultivating in seclusion when a notification appeared in front of him. The evil heavenly emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept? It was very difficult for all living beings to visit him in his dreams after he became a Tao creator. However, he gave special privileges to the people he cared about to prevent them from encountering danger. Han Ju hesitated for a moment but still agreed to the evil heavenly emperor's request. The dream was a small forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The evil heavenly emperor immediately said, "I have something to ask of you." Han Ju retracted his divine light and asked with a smile, "What is it?" He couldn't be bothered to calculate. After not seeing him for more than 20 million years, he really missed the evil heavenly emperor. The evil heavenly emperor chuckled. "I won't stand on ceremony with you. I want Han Yao and Han Yi. I really didn't expect that other than your own children, the Han family would actually have such stunning descendants. Han Yao has already been chosen by the heavenly Tao as the #1 prodigy of the current generation. That Han Yi is even more impressive. He killed his way from the mortal world to the immortal world and then to the chaos. He's like a god of slaughter. Leave him to me. It just so happens that he has the temperament to lead the righteous path. You're busy cultivating and shouldn't have time to care about them, right? Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 10:18 Difference in Status. Chapter 10:18 Difference in Status. I indeed don't have the time to care about them, but I can't control their wishes. If you can rope them in, I naturally have no objections. Han Ju smiled. He could allow some things, but he couldn't arrange them directly. His attitude might affect his descendants. If he advocated, what would the Han family think? Wouldn't they be controlled by the evil heavenly emperor in the future? Although Han Ju believed in the evil heavenly emperor, he didn't want to help him like this. Once the evil heavenly emperor got used to it, he would easily feel that it was natural. He might even become arrogant and his mentality would change. In addition, behind the evil heavenly emperor stood the formless transcendent deity. Although he was suppressed by the 9th chaos, he could return in 100 million years. The evil heavenly emperor smiled and said, "That's good. It's fine as long as you agree. After all, they're the precious geniuses of your Han family. I can't poach them all. I have to ask for your approval. Don't worry, I'm only nurturing them for a period of time. They can leave at any time when they grow up, just like Tuor, Huanger, and Jiang Juesher." Han Ju wasn't surprised that Han Huang and Jiang Juesher had already left the heavenly court. He didn't ask further. The two of them began to reminisce and sighed. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer old friends. There were naturally even fewer old friends who were close. The two of them chatted for a long time. Han Ju continued cultivating after the dream ended. His seclusion period had already increased to a 5 million-year period. The next time he opened his eyes, Han Yao and Han Yi would definitely have become famous. Heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven. In the Universal Hall, a group of ancient sages sat side by side. Two figures stood in the hall. They were Han Yao and Han Yi. Han Yao wore silver armor and was handsome like an immortal who had walked out of a painting. Han Yi was dressed in black. His long hair was tied behind his head with a grass rope, and 2 strands of long hair were left on his forehead. He was also handsome, but his eyes were filled with killing intent and he had an unruly smile. These two were the strongest geniuses of the heavenly Tao in the past 1,000,000 years. They were both descendants of the divine might heavenly sage. The sages sized up the two of them and were satisfied. Long Hao smiled and said, "They have the bearing of Junior Tuo and Junior Huang back then." The other sages nodded. Han Yao glanced at Han Yi with a meaningful gaze. Han Yi said, "Everyone, why did you call me here? I don't want to stay in the same hall as this fellow. You can forget about subduing me. Although I, Han Yi, am born as a mortal, my pride surpasses that of a sage." Li Taigu smiled teasingly. "Kid, you're very arrogant. It's indeed impressive that you killed the entire sect, but you also offended many sages because of this. If not for us protecting you, do you really think you could survive?" Han Yi smiled. "If not, how can we reconcile? The heavenly Tao has so many geniuses. Isn't there one in front of me? In the end, you're still afraid of my power and afraid that I'll perish with the heavenly Tao. Let's not talk nonsense. I, Han Yi, am preparing to leave the heavenly Tao. I'm here to bid farewell to you. I was born in the heavenly Tao. It is my home. I will naturally return if the heavenly Tao is in trouble in the future." With that, Han Yi turned around and left. Li Taigu was so angry that he wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Heavenly Venerate Wufa smiled and said, "This kid is really vicious. It's good that he left. Staying in the heavenly Tao will only cause trouble. He will understand our intentions after he trains in the chaos and learns his lesson." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du nodded. Seeing this, the other sages did not say anything. Their gazes landed on Han Yao next. Han Yao was indifferent to Han Ye's departure. He didn't like him, to begin with. The two of them were known as the two peerless geniuses of the Han family, but Han Yao had always looked down on Han Yi and felt that he was too murderous. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du looked at him and said, "Han Yao, the chaotic heavenly court's evil heavenly emperor wants to invite you to the heavenly court to cultivate. Are you willing to go?" Han Yao frowned. Fong Liang smiled. "Your Han family's ancestors have all served in the heavenly court. Now, the divine punisher is above the chaotic great Tao divine spirit. Furthermore, you can fight well. The heavenly court is very suitable for you. We all think that you can go and release your nature. In addition, recently, the Eternal Peak's Han Huang is also in the heavenly court. You've also wandered the chaos before. You should have heard of Han Huang's reputation, right?" Han Yao's eyes lit up. "Han Huang is the ancestor of my Han family. I've naturally heard of him. I'm willing to go." The sages laughed. They all looked forward to Han Yao, hoping that he could create a legend like Han Huang in the next chaotic assembly. Even if he could not, becoming one of the chaotic 10 absolutes was enough to excite the heavenly Tao and make the chaotic domains envious. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du looked at Han Yu and said, Han Yu, bring your juniors personally. I need you to lead the way. Han Yu agreed. Han Yao's thoughts drifted to the heavenly court. He wanted to see Han Huang, the prodigy who stood above the peak of the chaos, the greatest glory of the Han family. Han Yunjin had erected Han Tuo's and Han Huang's monuments in the ancestral hall when he established the Han family. He had recorded the legends of his two brothers to let the descendants of the main family read them since they were young. Han Yao had been taught by Han Ju for 10,000 years when he was young. He was often mentioned by the disciples of the Tao field in the third Tao field. He knew more about Han Huang than all living beings. Born as freedom, unparalleled in the world. That was the goal he should pursue. Just like that, Han Yu left with Han Yao. Sect Master Tian Ju said faintly, everyone, there seems to be a fate between Han Yao and Han Yi. Have you deduced it? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du frowned. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, that Han Ye's divine bow is extremely impressive. It can even pierce through the heavenly Tao. Will Han Yao really be Han Ye's match if the two of them become old enemies in the future? Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, from the looks of it, Han Yi is stronger. This kid becomes stronger when he kills enemies. He's a killing star that has descended on the world. Han Yao is a general star. Killing star versus general star. They are indeed incompatible. However, Han Yao is a descendant personally brought up by the divine might heavenly sage. He cannot die young. The sages nodded. These words determined their attitude. If the two were irreconcilable and only one could exist, they would protect Han Yao. Although Han Yi was also a descendant of the divine might heavenly sage, the Han family had many children. There was a difference in status among them. In the chaotic void, an ancient pagoda slowly advanced. 4 figures sat on the pagoda's surface. They were Dao's sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, Jiang Yi, and Lao Dan. Zhao Xianyuan smiled and asked, where are we going next? Times were different from the past. Dao's sovereign was a great Dao supreme. The other 3 were not far from it. The 4 of them joined forces and ran rampant in the chaos, rarely encountering danger. Dao's sovereign did not answer. Lao Dan smiled and said, it depends on fate. Traveling the chaos is also a form of cultivation. At this moment, Jiang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. What a strong killing intent. The world ahead is being slaughtered. Zhao Xianyuan narrowed his eyes and looked over. His gaze passed through the chaotic void and reached the dilapidated world that was far beyond the reach of mortals. Corpses were everywhere and a ferocious aura surged. In the dilapidated world was a sea of blood. Above the sea of blood stood a figure. It was Han Yi. He was absorbing the blood aura. His long hair fluttered wantonly, like a ferocious god. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1019 Respect for one person only. Chapter 1019 Respect for one person only. That kid is a little evil. He's actually absorbing killing intent. Zhao Xianyuan looked at Han Yi and clicked his tongue in wonder. Jiang Yi pinched his fingers to deduce and said, this world has been invaded by demons and billions of living beings have been possessed. The negative karma is monstrous. Being slaughtered by this child is considered enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Zhao Xianyuan smiled. He's from the heavenly Tao and has freedom realm cultivation, but he has a killing intent comparable to a great Tao sage. Impressive. Let's go and take a look. Sure. The ancient pagoda began to rush in Han Ye's direction. They arrived in the dilapidated world not long after. In the sea of blood, Han Yi, who was meditating in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. Blood light flashed in his eyes, causing the surrounding blood aura to instantly stop. Han Yi looked at the ancient pagoda and frowned slightly. Zhao Xuanyuan's laughter sounded. "Kid, why can you absorb killing intent?" Jiang Yi began to deduce Han Ye's background. Then, his expression changed. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhao Xuanyuan, who also became stunned. Dao Sovereign also opened his eyes and looked at Han Yi. Han Yi snorted upon facing the four unfamiliar and mysterious cultivators. "What does it have to do with you? Don't disturb me." Zhao Xuanyuan was amused and smiled. "Very arrogant." Han Yi took out the world-piercing divine origin bow and held it in his right hand. A terrifying murderous aura enveloped the world. Dao Sovereign and the other three frowned when they saw the bow. What a domineering bow. They actually felt a trace of fear. Very few Dharma treasures could make them uneasy at first glance. Jiang Yi sent a voice transmission to Zhao Xuanyuan. "Do you think it's a Dharma treasure given to him by the sect master? Such a treasure can't exist in the heavenly Tao. It's definitely a chaotic supreme treasure." Zhao Xuanyuan felt that it made sense and looked at Han Yi with a gentle gaze. Han Ju had countless descendants. Not every descendant could make them give him face, but to be able to obtain Han Ju's supreme treasure was different. Dao Sovereign said, "Join us." His voice was extremely loud, like a bell ringing in Han Ye's ears. Han Yi raised his right arm straight and pulled the bowstring with his left hand. There were no arrows, but a terrifying pressure erupted, causing the dilapidated world to tremble violently. Dao Sovereign and the other three were moved. What a terrifying bow. "I'll give you another chance." Scram! Han Yi shouted expressionlessly. Zhao Xuanyuan teased. "You want to kill the four of us with a bow? Do you know who we are?" Killing intent burst out from Han Ye's eyes, scaring Lao Dan so much that he hurriedly shouted, "Stop, we're all on the same side. Don't act recklessly." Han Yi was stunned. On the same side? Lao Dan glared at Zhao Xuanyuan and then back at Han Yi. The three of them are personal disciples of the hidden sect's divine might heavenly sage. Han Yi frowned. He knew about the hidden sect, but he had never thought of himself as a member of the Han family. He had relied on himself all along. His parents had long died of old age and entered the cycle of reincarnation. The Han family came to find him after he became stronger. This made him look down on them. As for the divine might heavenly sage, this figure was too far away. He rarely thought about it. Humph. So what if it's the hidden sect? I gave you a chance. You insisted on pestering me. Han Yi suddenly released his left hand and the bowstring retracted. A red arrow aura suddenly shot out and tore through the chaotic space. It was like a blood-colored torrent that attacked Dao Sovereign and the other three. Extremely fast. Dao Sovereign instantly appeared in front of the ancient pagoda. He raised his hand to block the arrow aura of the world-piercing divine origin bow and crushed it with one hand. However, after the arrow aura dissipated, it turned into countless blood threads that entered his body and crazily destroyed his dermic powers and Dao fruit. Dao Sovereign frowned and dispersed it with his supreme power. Zhao Xuanyuan cursed. Brat, you're so arrogant. In that case, I'll teach you a lesson first. With that, he suddenly appeared behind Han Yi. The difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Zhao Xuanyuan pressed down on his shoulder before Han Yi could react. Han Ye's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously wanted to turn around, but his soul was suddenly severely injured. He fell into a daze and his body trembled. Zhao Xuanyuan raised his hand and pulled Han Ye's soul out of his body. He took out a green jade mirror and sealed his soul in it. Han Yi panicked slightly. He glared at Zhao Xuanyuan outside the mirror and cursed. Dog! What are you doing? Zhao Xianyuan smiled and said, your mouth is really smelly. Han Yi cursed. Feel free if you want to kill or torture me. You'll still be a dog in my eyes. Zhao Xuanyuan's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to speak, Dao's sovereign appeared beside him and said, we were indeed the ones who disturbed him. If it were you, would you believe him if he revealed his identity? Zhao Xuanyuan's expression softened. Jiang Yi and Lao Dan also rushed over to persuade him. Zhao Xianyuan could only give up. Dao's sovereign looked at Han Yi in the mirror and said, you slaughtered the world wantonly. Even if it's a world filled with sins, it will attract trouble sooner or later. You're not qualified to act recklessly in the chaos with your strength. Han Yi was silent. Lao Dan smiled and said, let me introduce you to them. This is one of the 10 absolute prodigies of the previous chaotic assembly. Now that he's a great Tao divine spirit, with him as your backing, won't it help you? Han Yi said angrily, I, Han Yi, will only bow to 3 people in this life. My parents are already dead. I will only respect one person in this life. Don't try to break my pride. Dao's sovereign was amused. Zhao Xianyuan and the other 2 could also tell that Han Ju was that person. In that case, they couldn't bully Han Yi. Otherwise, if Han Ju knew, they had to believe that he cared. Time passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes, indicating that 5 million years had passed. His cultivation was closely related to the development of the ultimate origin world after becoming a Tao creator. The stronger the ultimate origin world was, the stronger his dermic powers became. The ultimate origin world developed well in the past 5 million years. More and more stars were born, turning into a galaxy and then into a huge world. The number of years of his origin lifespan was equivalent to the number of worlds he could nurture. The world here was an existence comparable to the heavenly Tao. It was enough to show how vast the ultimate origin world was. Those chaotic fiend celestials each guarded an area. Under the guidance of Han Ju's will, they began to serve as creation gods, establishing rules and order and creating all sorts of miracles. The connate lifeforms of the ultimate origin world also began to ascend the stage one after another. The number was immeasurable, but they were still very rare in the vast ultimate origin world. Connate lifeforms rarely interacted, mainly because they could not be seen. Han Ju began the simulation trial and challenged the formless transcendent deity. 10 formless transcendent deities were no longer enough for him to kill. He directly challenged 100 formless transcendent deities. Victory! Han Ju suddenly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had never exposed the ultimate origin world's existence. His great Tao world would be suppressed just like the chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deities' great Tao worlds. It would be difficult for him to improve then. Han Ju began to check his emails, wanting to see if there had been any changes in the past 5 million years. Soon, he frowned. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1020 The Pride of a Born Emperor. Chapter 1020 The Pride of a Born Emperor. Your grand disciple Han Yao received guidance from your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor and learned a mystical power. Your son Han Huang has entered the transcendent great Tao world. Your good friend, the ultimate god of punishment, has entered the transcendent great Tao world. Your good friend Azure Heaven Mystic has comprehended a great Tao mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Your son Han Tuo was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Jiang Juesher created a mystical power. Millions of clones fell into the cycle of reincarnation. Your good friend Pangu has entered the transcendent great Tao world. Transcendent great Tao world? Han Ju frowned. Wasn't the formless transcendent deity suppressed? Why was the great Tao world exposed? There had to be a scheme. The number one deity had been suppressed by the great Tao divine spirits ever since the chaotic assembly ended, and the consciousnessless Great Tao world had begun to be invaded by the various chaotic forces. The consciousnessless Great Tao world had already been tainted by the providence of the chaos and was on the verge of fusing after more than 20 million years of development. Could it be that the ninth chaos wanted to fuse with their Great Tao world while the two Tao creators were suppressed? Hiss. If his guess was correct, then the ninth chaos was too ruthless. This move might cause the two Tao creators' cultivation to fall a major realm. Han Ju couldn't expose the ultimate origin world to avoid being targeted by the ninth chaos. He was also very interested in the transcendent Great Tao world. Therefore, he created a clone and went to investigate it. As for his main body, it was better to stay in the Tao field. "Father, what are you thinking?" Han Ling's voice floated over, her tone a little excited. Han Ju glanced at her and knew what she was thinking. "Come." The father and daughter entered the simulation trial and opened their eyes the next second. Han Ling sighed. It still did not work. She looked up again and said, "Father, stand still and let me fight. Try my mystical power." Han Ju had no choice but to agree. An hour later, the simulation ended. Han Ling sighed. "Father, you're really powerful. Even though my 10 million Emperor soldiers can gather into a formation, they can't break through your robe's restriction." Han Ju smiled. "Nonsense. I'm your father." Han Ling curled her lips and said, "Father, do you think I can obtain the eternal peak if I participate in the chaotic assembly?" "Oh. You want to?" "I deduced that Han Yi and Han Yao are also determined to participate, so I'm hesitating if I should accompany them." Han Ju rolled his eyes. Was this how a woman should be? He had discovered that Han Ling was unhappy with Han Yao and Han Yi. He did not expect this girl to actually want to participate in the chaotic assembly to stop them. Han Ling covered her mouth and laughed. "Father, I'm teasing you. I know that you cherish those two brats. Why would I suppress them?" Han Ju smiled. "You're also their ancestor. Don't treat them as peers. They can also help you if they can grow up and you have great ambitions in the future." The primordial Emperor Star was born as an emperor. Han Ju wouldn't be deceived by Han Ling's appearance. This girl looked obedient, but arrogance always existed in her heart. It was actually very easy to guess Han Ling's thoughts. Why did she always challenge Han Ju? It was because she used him as a standard. She would be able to rule the chaos as long as she defeated him. Han Ling couldn't help but think when she heard that. Han Ju continued to read the emails. How many emails had he accumulated in 5 million years? Every email was equivalent to a fragment of one's life. It could be an opportunity or a calamity. Han Ling was still thinking after he finished reading the emails. He stood up and went to visit his Tao companions. Several decades later, in the second Tao field, Han Ju sat opposite dozens of chaotic fiend celestials and was discussing the Tao. After so many years, all the chaotic fiend celestials had already become great Tao sages. More than half had reached the great Tao supreme realm. Their potential coupled with the spirit chi of the second Tao field was so terrifying. Murong Chi said, "Grandmaster, recently, a world has been created in the depths of my soul. This world is closely related to my cultivation." Why is that? He had seen the power of the world at the chaotic assembly. It was indeed powerful, but at that time, he thought it was a mystical power. Only when he cultivated a world did he realize that this was a realm. Han Ju said, "You have to create a world if you want to go beyond the great Tao supreme realm." Previously, the place where the 10 absolutes of the chaos fought was the consciousnessless great Tao world. It was a world made by a transcendent existence. Great loose heaven was moved. In that case, could it be that the chaos is also? Han Ju smiled and nodded. He didn't have to worry about being spied on by the ninth chaos in the second Tao field. Regarding the great Tao world secrets, Hanju also planned to use this opportunity to tell his personal disciples in front of him. They were all trusted aides. The chaotic Fian Celestial's potential was too strong. If not for him leading the way, he could only reach this step in his seclusion. Hanju explained his understanding of the great Tao world, causing the dozens of chaotic Fian Celestials to fall into deep thought. After a long while, Tao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "Master, what about your great Tao world?" Hanju smiled and didn't say anything. The Black Hell Chicken shouted, "Don't ask nonsense. If you ask, the answer is no. It's the same for the others. How vast is the consciousnessless great Tao world? It's even suppressed under the chaos. This means that the Lord of Chaos is petty. Once he discovers, the Fiend Celestials were moved, and Tao Comprehension Sword's face turned pale. Hanju said, "You have to be careful when you travel the chaos in the future. With your cultivation levels, you seem to be above all living beings, but you should be able to sense that this chaos is still very unfamiliar. The higher you stand, the more you should understand. Many rules and existences are unimaginable, and behind this unimaginable existence is a transcendent existence that far exceeds us." The Fiend Celestials nodded. Heavenly Constellation Fiend Celestial said, "We won't go out. We'll stay in each other's great Tao world and not cause trouble for Master if we're bored in the future." The other Fiend Celestials agreed, making Hanju very satisfied. They needed an extremely long time to cultivate a great Tao world. Several years later, Hanju returned to the third Tao field and prepared to continue cultivating. He suddenly thought of Hongjun in the universe of stars. He focused his gaze and saw that Hongjun was no longer in the universe of stars. However, Liu Bei was still there. He began to deduce Hongjun and discovered that he had left after attaining freedom. Now, he was preaching the Tao in a corner of the chaos and spreading his teachings. It seemed like he was preparing for the Tao ancestor's return. Hanju clicked his tongue in wonder. What did the Tao ancestor want? Why hadn't he appeared now that the heavenly Tao and the chaos were peaceful? It seemed that the Tao ancestor had also established his own great Tao world and was very powerful. Was he afraid of being discovered by the ninth chaos? The nine-headed divine spirit sent you a dream. Do you accept? A notification suddenly appeared in front of him, making Hanju frown. Wasn't the nine-headed divine spirit already demoted to the mortal world by the ninth chaos? How could he send a dream? Could it be that after more than 20 million years, this fellow had already grown up? Hanju hesitated for a moment before choosing to accept the dream. The dream was a blank domain. Hanju saw the nine-headed divine spirit covered in the divine light of the supreme rules. When enemies met, they fell silent. A moment later, the nine-headed divine spirit said, "It's time for the primordial Fiend Celestial to appear. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm." Chapter 1021 Immeasurable Destruction Venerable Shi Tian. Chapter 1021 Immeasurable Destruction Venerable Shi Tian, the ultimate god of punishment's appearance made Jiang Juesher and Tao Sovereign stop. They looked at him. "Continue fighting. I will stabilize this space so you can fight to your heart's content," the ultimate god of punishment said expressionlessly as a storm brewed in his heart. These two were only great Tao sages, but they had such strength. In the future, when they attained the great Tao Supreme, they would have the right to reach the top of the chaos. Tao Sovereign smiled and said, "Then come. Junior Jiang, you surprised me." As expected of Master, his disciples are becoming more and more powerful. These words offended Yang Tiandong, Su Qi, Long Hao, Fang Liang, Sun Chang'an, and the other disciples. Jiang Juesher smiled and nodded before attacking again. He continued to walk forward. His right hand kept casting spells. The golden runes around him flowed with light and kept attacking Tao Sovereign. No matter where he attacked, the black and white halberd would block in time. It moved extremely quickly and left behind afterimages. At first glance, it seemed to form a huge circle to protect Dao Sovereign. Dao Sovereign did wait for death. He smiled to himself and said, "In that case, I'll be ruthless and let you know that my 10 million years of danger was not nonsense. Master, watch carefully. Who is your most outstanding disciple?" Dao Sovereign raised his right arm. His arm was straight and his palm was clenched into a fist. The endless chaotic river of destiny quickly surged over and drowned him. At this moment, Jiang Juesher had already reached 1,000,000 feet tall. The light on his body was already very dazzling, like a god who had just awakened the chaos. He was high and mighty. At this moment, Jiang Juesher's aura had already reached its peak. Countless living beings could feel his invincible aura even separated by the sky. How powerful! Is this the peerless prodigy of the hidden sect? They want to fight for the eternal peak. It's indeed impressive to force the leader of the divine spirits to personally protect them. I suddenly feel that it makes sense that I've stopped before the 1,000 lords. Jiang Juesher has the aura of an unparalleled expert. Dao Sovereign is not bad either. I would have no complaints if this battle was to compete for the eternal peak. Han Ling looked at her father and asked, "Father, who will win?" Han Ju said, "Jiang Juesher is still lacking." Damn! Why was Dao Sovereign so ferocious? Was Su Han Ju was surprised. He could feel that Dao Sovereign was accumulating power. This power was already enough to overturn ordinary great Dao Supremes. One had to know that Jiang Juesher would be a Dao creator in the future. How could Dao Sovereign win? Han Ju suddenly realized that he had never deduced Dao Sovereign's future. The future fate had been changing. Could it be that ever since Dao Sovereign entered the consciousnessless great Dao world, his fate had also changed? Very likely. At this moment, the accumulated chaotic river of destiny suddenly exploded. A terrifying figure broke free from the waves and jumped out. He punched Jiang Juesher's body and pierced through his chest. Blood splattered through the air. Countless living beings looked carefully. This terrifying figure was completely black, and its true appearance could not be seen. They could only see how sinister and terrifying it was. Zhao Xianyuan and Jiang Yi looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Destruction Authority General. Jiang Yi muttered, "All right. This kid even hid it from his brothers." Zhao Xianyuan was also very unhappy. The others did not notice their emotions as they watched the battle nervously. The sudden attack pierced through Jiang Juesher's chest, but he did not panic at all. A spatial vortex appeared in his chest and crushed his arm. His chest recovered. The Destruction Authority General was about to continue attacking when an invisible force forced him back. Just as he stabilized himself, the Destruction Authority General exploded and vanished. On the other hand, Jiang Juesher was still so majestic and showed no signs of injury. Jiang Juesher was about to continue forward when he suddenly felt something and suddenly turned around. He saw that Dao Sovereign had unknowingly appeared behind him. He held the black and white halberd in both hands and slashed out. The sound of the halberd colliding was extremely ear-piercing, as if it contained some kind of magic. Even Jiang Juesher was stunned. The situation suddenly changed. Boom! The black and white halberd emitted a terrifying black wind and white blades that swept through the entire void. The ultimate god of punishment's armor trembled and his cloak fluttered behind him. Facing this violent attack, Jiang Juesher had just recovered when his body had already transformed into a flying star, leaving only his head. His eyes widened as he looked at Dao Sovereign with a hint of shock. Dao Sovereign was expressionless. He threw out his two halberds and surrounded Jiang Juesher's head. Black lightning erupted along the halberd blade and interwove into a lightning net to trap him. Jiang Juesher condensed and recovered his body. Countless bolts of lightning interwove on his body, causing him extreme pain. He had no choice but to use the power of creation to block. Dao's sovereign leaped up. Thunderclouds had unknowingly appeared above him and hung high above his head. After entering the thundercloud, it surged violently. It was vast and boundless, as if it covered the entire chaos. Whoosh! The thunderclouds suddenly burst open and a destruction authority general that was dozens of times more majestic than before appeared. The 10-million-foot-tall Jiang Juesher was inferior to an eyeball of the destruction authority general. The destruction authority general punched down. Space collapsed and the bottom of the chaos shook like an earthquake. Jiang Juesher suddenly looked up and shouted angrily. The great reincarnation creation technique emitted a terrifying light, causing the void of the battle to be as bright as day. Facing the domineering destruction authority general, he struck out with his palm. It was the divine might great heaven palm, but it was as if countless clones rushed out of his body and rushed towards the destruction authority general as he struck out with his palm. In the blink of an eye, all the living beings in 10 Absolute City only felt the sky flash before the two sides collided again. Zhao Xianyuan swallowed. Not bad. Junior Jiang is really fierce. Zhao Shuangchuan and Azure Heaven Mystic were a little stunned. Su Qi patted Zhao Shuangchuan's shoulder and said, "After all, they have lived longer than you. You can't compare them like this." Ji Xianxian stood beside Azure Heaven Mystic and sighed. "If you can obtain the eternal peak now, what's the point of this chaos to you?" Azure Heaven Mystic came back to his senses and nodded heavily. He stared at the sky with a burning gaze. The strong light in the sky dissipated. The thundercloud had already dissipated. Dao's sovereign stood proudly in the void looking down at Jiang Juesher. Jiang Juesher was no longer 10 million feet tall. Only his soul was left. His body was still surrounded by black lightning, and he could not move. He stared at Dao's sovereign and asked, "What was that just now?" Dao's sovereign looked down at him and said, "The great Dao Providence Divine Authority. It is the power that surpasses the 3,000 great Dao." With that, Jiang Juesher's soul dissipated like smoke. The hidden sex Dao sovereign defeated the hidden sex Jiang Juesher. The ultimate god of punishment's voice resounded throughout the entire 10 Absolute City, causing a commotion. Han Ju frowned and asked in his mind, "I want to know the state of Dao's sovereign when he is strongest in the future. 5 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" Wow! 5 times the value of a Dao creator. Continue. Han Ju wanted to see how strong the future Dao sovereign was. Thank you for reading on MyBox Novel. Calm. Chapter 1022 Rise of the Emperor Star. Chapter 1022 Rise of the Emperor Star. Time passed. More than 2 million years passed. Detected that you are 40 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices: 1. Exit seclusion immediately and open the ultimate origin world in the chaos. You can obtain a great Dao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Dao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. Han Ju silently chose the second option. This time, the system was very reliable. The rewards for both options were the same. Currently, he had already accumulated 8 great Dao fragments, 6 primordial fragments, and 5 creation spirit stones. The previous creation spirit stones were used to give birth to chaotic fiend celestials. He kept this item now that all the chaotic fiend celestials had been born on their own. The creation spirit stone could turn anything into a living being. Han Ju felt that it could be useful in the future. As for the creation heavens chosen, he did not use it immediately. There was no hurry. He began to observe the chaos. After so many years, Han Yi and Han Yao had already grown up. Especially Han Yao, he had become the new divine general of the heavenly court. His prestige was extremely high. Some voices even said that he was the General Huang from back then, perhaps even stronger. And the more the Conquest Heavenly Star fought, the stronger he became. In terms of performance on the battlefield, Han Yao was indeed stronger than the past Han Huang. It was mainly because Han Huang had always swept through any battle back then, unlike Han Yao who was occasionally at a disadvantage, but he relied on his great providence and turned the tables alone, so he created a greater spirit. Han Ju was very satisfied with Han Yao's performance. This kid was worthy of his 10,000 years of teaching. He vividly displayed the characteristics of the Conquest Heavenly Star. Han Yi was the same. He followed Dao's sovereign and the other three and slaughtered negative karma living beings everywhere. His cultivation was not weaker than Han Yao's, perhaps slightly stronger. It had to be said that Dao's sovereign and the other three were indeed a little unlucky. They fought wherever they went. Now, the group of 4 had become a group of 5. Unlike before, they were seldom severely injured. It seemed that they had completely made a comeback. Han Ju looked at Han Ling beside him. Her cultivation level had been increasing. He suddenly looked forward to her entering the fray. However, Han Ju had to make the endless era descend first if Han Ling wanted to come out. Otherwise, this girl would be easily suppressed. However, he didn't know if he had to rely on the 9th chaos to attain the Creator Lord Realm or the primordial Fiend Celestial to break through the blank domain during the endless era for the time being. Han Ling felt his gaze and opened her eyes. She asked, "Father, what's wrong?" Han Ju smiled and said, "I'm thinking about the commotion your appearance will cause." Han Ling smiled and said, "Father, what are you saying? There won't be a commotion even if I go out. I'm not that kind of person." Han Ju didn't expose her. The father and daughter chatted for a while before continuing to cultivate. Han Ju had a sudden thought and asked in his mind, "I want to know what my daughter Han Ling will be like at her peak. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" Gasp. It was comparable to the 9th chaos. So impressive. Continue, continue. Han Ju suppressed his excitement, and his consciousness entered the illusion. He was in the blank domain when he opened his eyes again. Unlike reality, countless universes were floating in the future. Every black void was dotted with countless stars or the vast great Tao worlds. Han Ju looked up and his mood subconsciously brightened. Endless era. It was more imposing and vast than the chaos. The chaos was like a cage in Han Ju's eyes after attaining the great Tao's supreme realm. Soon, a mighty figure descended. Her body shone with a strong light. 7 great Tao worlds stood under her feet, beside her, and above her head. Even Han Ju had to look up to her. Han Ling. Han Ju inexplicably thought of the Holy Mother of Order. This was a complete replica of her. Han Ling seemed to be floating in the void. She had her hands on her back and was wearing silver divine armor. Her lotus dress fluttered like divine colors. Her long hair scattered under her crown like a waterfall. The surrounding 7 great Tao worlds showed that she was supreme and unparalleled. How holy and domineering. Han Ju finally saw the glory of the primordial Emperor Star. He suddenly saw 2 figures in front of Han Ling. They were billions of feet tall and were also domineering. However, they were like stones at the foot of a mountain in front of Han Ling, extremely tiny. Han Yi, Han Yao. The former wore black armor, while the latter wore silver armor. One was black and the other was white, like 2 sides of yin and yang. TSK, this girl still listened to me. She really took in these 2 brats. Han Ju laughed in his heart. He was very satisfied with Han Ling's attitude. At least, this girl was obedient. He was really worried that Han Ling would be jealous of the 2 of them and not tolerate them. The more Han Ju looked at the 3 of them, the more he liked them. Emperor Star, Killing Star, Conquest Star. It was a match made in heaven. He wondered where the three of them were going. Han Ling suddenly stopped and raised her right hand, then slowly clenched it. In an instant, the blank void above Han Ju's head tore open. Han Ju looked up. In the spatial crack was the image of a great Tao world. There were countless living beings guarding the edge of the crack, ready to attack at any time. The devil race's providence has come to an end, but you want to cause endless chaos. Today, you will even lose the place to struggle at death's door. Conquest Heavenly Star, Ultimate Killing Star, come. Han Ling's voice was indifferent and dignified. Here. Here. Han Yi and Han Yao shouted at the same time, causing the spatial crack above Han Ju's head to fluctuate violently and tear wider. The illusion shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and didn't know what to say. He had spent 100 quadrillion years of his lifespan. He still wanted to see what would happen next. However, although this illusion was short, it revealed a lot of information. Han Ling seemed to control great authority in the endless era. She could slaughter a great Tao world just because she wanted to. TSK, it was unknown how long it was in the future, but there were actually so many great Tao worlds. Han Ju felt a sense of urgency. He was becoming stronger, and so were others. There were only 5 Tao creators now, but the future was uncertain. Could the 9th chaos really become a creator lord? Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. No. He had to hurry up and cultivate. It would take him a long time to catch up to the 9th chaos in terms of cultivation. Han Ju closed his eyes and started cultivating heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven, Han's sacred palace. Han Qing'er smiled and said, "Fifth brother, you still haven't attained the great Tao after so many years. You're a little embarrassing to our Han family." The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table was Li Yao's son, Han Yunjin. Facing his sister's teasing, Han Yunjin said helplessly, "I don't have the talent of my brothers and sisters, so I naturally can't attain the great Tao. However, my descendant, Han Yao, didn't embarrass the Han family." Jiang Juesher, who was sitting opposite Han Qing'er, smiled and said, "Han Yao is indeed powerful. He has Junior Huang's potential. His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, likes him very much." Han Qing'er glared at him, causing him to laugh helplessly and not say anything else. Han Yunjin asked curiously, "Why are third sister and senior Jiang here?" "Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm." Chapter 1023 Finding the Fiend Celestial. Chapter 1023 Finding the Fiend Celestial. It had been a long time, but Han Yunjin and Han Qing'er were still quite distant. Although Han Qing'er acted like they were close, Han Yunjin couldn't help but wonder what it was. The difference in cultivation between the siblings was great, so they rarely walked around. Han Qing'er smiled and said, "I want to ask if there are any prodigies like Han Yao in the Han family. Your second brother wants to take in a disciple. He doesn't have any children, so he can only find one from your knees." Han Yunjin was moved and looked happy. He was a heavenly Tao sage, after all. He had traveled the chaos and naturally knew Han Huang's prestige. The current Han Huang could be considered a top mighty figure in the chaos. He could cover the ages with one hand. His mystical power was unimaginable. Han Yunjin said, "My Han family has many geniuses. Each generation is stronger than the last. Since second brother wants a disciple, I naturally have to choose the strongest one." Han Qing'er immediately beamed and covered her mouth. "Fifth brother, don't disappoint third sister. I promised second brother." Han Yunjin smiled and nodded. He immediately sent a voice transmission. After making arrangements, Han Yunjin asked curiously, "Why does second brother suddenly want to take in a disciple?" Han Qing'er spread her hands, indicating that she didn't know. Jiang Juesher said, "Mighty figures have been thinking of ways to create their own world ever since the appearance of the consciousnessless Great Tao world and the transcendent Great Tao world. Junior Huang is no exception. He needs someone to guide all living beings in his world. This saves trouble. Han Yunjin was deep in thought. He had also heard of the great Tao world, but in his opinion, it was only the largest world. He could also create a world, but it did not affect his cultivation level much. It was already tiring enough to manage the Han family, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to create a world. Han Qinger snorted. Second brother is simply crazy. He has already reached the peak of history and is even a divine punisher. He dominates a chaotic domain. Fewer than 5 existences can match him in the chaos. He's actually still busy cultivating in seclusion. In another 10 million years, perhaps the juniors will no longer remember him, just like father. In this current world, how many living beings still remember the divine might heavenly sage? Jiang Juesher smiled and did not refute or agree. The higher he stood, the more he knew about the depths of the chaos. Han Yunjin asked, "How is father?" "How would I know? He's always in seclusion. Only Sister Linger can always be by his side," Han Qinger replied. Han Yunjin fell into deep thought at the mention of Han Ling. Not long after, a sage of the Han family brought a handsome prodigy over. Jiang Juesher sized him up with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He also wanted to choose a prodigy to enter his world. After 5 million years, the races in the mortal world changed. The heavenly Tao and the sun and moon spun. The eras changed and the chaos also changed day by day. Han Ju opened his eyes and felt his dermic powers. The ultimate origin world developed steadily. There was already a vast world. The ultimate origin chi was endless and filled the world. The spirit chi was already far superior to the chaos in terms of cultivation. Han Ju first entered the simulation trial and challenged 100 formless transcendent deities. He won easily. 200 formless transcendent deities. An hour later, Han Ju had the upper hand. He was satisfied. After all, they were Tao creators. Every additional one was not simple. In any case, he was not afraid of anyone other than the ninth chaos. Han Ju recalled that the ultimate god of punishment had sent him a dream request tens of thousands of years ago, but he was busy in seclusion and ignored it. He sent a dream to the ultimate god of punishment now. The dream was the chaotic void. The ultimate god of punishment immediately bowed when he saw him. Han Ju smiled and asked, "The chaos has been stable recently. The number of great Tao divine spirits has increased greatly. The overlords and ancient giants all listen to you. Why are you visiting me in my dreams?" The ultimate god of punishment smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Master that I obtained Han Huang, like obtaining the universal divine pillar. The current chaos has indeed reached an unprecedented peace, but many strange things have happened recently. For example, the great Tao have become spirits and the supreme rules have fluctuated. Since ancient times, although there have been times when the great Tao have become spirits, it has not been as frequent as in the past millions of years. Every time the supreme rules fluctuate, a race will be born in a corner of the chaos. These races have potential that is not inferior to the chaotic fiend celestials. Furthermore, they all have different talents. They are solitary and warlike. I'm worried that they will become a source of uneasiness." Han Ju said, "Why don't you eliminate them since you're worried?" The ultimate god of punishment said, "I indeed wanted to do that, but I was stopped by a mysterious force and had no choice but to stop. I suspect that I was stopped by the Lord of Chaos. However, the Lord of Chaos clearly conferred me the title of leader of the divine spirits after the chaotic assembly ended. Why didn't he tell me bluntly if he wanted to protect those races?" He hesitated but didn't continue. Instead, he stared at him. Han Ju said, "You're right. Perhaps it's not the Lord of Chaos." The ultimate god of punishment was moved. Han Ju continued, "The next trend in the chaos is the primordial fiend celestial. He will stir up the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Transcendent existences are all waiting for the primordial fiend celestial to appear. What you have to do is find it and help it grow. You have to wait for the great Tao immeasurable calamity to arrive. The ultimate god of punishment asked in surprise, primordial fiend celestial? Isn't that a legend? Besides, why will the primordial fiend celestial harm the chaos? Creation after destruction. You just need to find it and let it develop. Han Ju shook his head. The ultimate god of punishment pondered in silence. Han Ju didn't point out that Han Huang was the primordial fiend celestial. He wanted Han Huang to prove himself. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master. The ultimate god of punishment bowed respectfully. The dream ended. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes and looked at the chaos. Those old friends had already become leaders in all directions. They were so impressive and were no longer like when they fought back then. Not bad. Han Ju enjoyed his current life very much. He didn't have to worry about the future. He paid attention to the races that the ultimate god of punishment had mentioned. There were already dozens of them, all scattered at the edges of the chaos. At first glance, they seemed to be developing from the edges inside. These races were rather strange. They didn't have bodies and their souls were shaped. They almost didn't have the appearance of humans. One had to know that the human race had the connate Tao body. It was a body that the Tao ancestor studied Tao techniques and was the most suitable for cultivation and transformation. That was why Nuwa used it to create humans and why they were conferred the title of the protagonists of the heavenly Tao. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to calculate these races. He couldn't directly interfere even if it was a Tao creator's plot. Currently, everyone was minding their own business and was doing well. Wasn't that what he wanted? No one could cultivate faster than Han Ju as long as he was given time. His gaze landed on the five, including Tao Sovereign. They were still in the transcendent Great Tao world. Now, the transcendent Great Tao world had been completely exposed. It used to hide in the dark, but now, it looked like it was being devoured by the chaos. Han Ju could see at a glance that the two worlds were fusing. It was not only the transcendent Great Tao world. The consciousnessless Great Tao world was also fusing with the chaos. Han Yi was correct in following them. He had been killing all these years and had even raised living beings in the Great Tao world. When they became stronger and the various factions fought for supremacy, causing the people of an area to live in misery, he would especially come to kill them to become a killing star. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1024 Rage. Chapter 1024 Rage. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to comment on Han Ye's actions. He would definitely hate him to death if he was a living being who had transcended the Great Tao world. However, he had nothing to say from a cultivation point of view. Humans loved to rear living beings of other races. They were used as labor or food sources. It was no different from Han Ye's actions. Han Ju wouldn't interfere as long as he didn't kill him. Han Ye's cultivation level grew very quickly. Other than killing, it was also related to Tao Sovereign and the other three. The four of them could be said to have taught Han Yi everything they knew and even talked about the comprehension of the great Tao Providence divine authority. Han Ju was very satisfied with Tao Sovereign and the other three. They had good judgment. After tens of millions of years, Tao Sovereign and the other two didn't forget their roots. Lao Dan didn't scheme either. The clone and the main body seemed to be independent. Han Ju looked at the other disciples. Zhou Fan, Jiang Juesher, Long Hao, Fang Liang, and the others were also doing well. The personal disciples of the heavenly Tao were also extremely powerful and insufferably arrogant. As for Han Tuo, Han Huang, and Han Qing'er, the first two were busy in seclusion. Han Qing'er traveled around with Jiang Juesher. Han Ju teleported to the main Tao field and called Han Yu over. Han Yu was the leader of the 10,000 members of the Nether race. Back then, the Magus race was expelled by the Heavenly Tao. In order to cover her loss of the Magus race, Empress Hutu established the Nether race and gave them extremely strong talent, depriving them of their ability to reproduce. Until now, there were still only 10,000 Nether race members. However, they suffered no casualties because they stayed in the 100-peak Immortal River all year round. Han Yu was very excited to see Han Ju again. He had almost forgotten his appearance after tens of millions of years. He didn't expect Han Ju to still remember him. Han Ju first asked about his well-being, making Han Yu grateful. Han Yu, I want the 10,000 Nether race members to move to a world under my jurisdiction and become gods, leading all living beings in survival. What do you think? Han Ju retracted his smile and asked. Han Yu immediately said, Sect Master, the Nether race will follow you forever. To them, Han Ju was not only the sect master but also their father. However, the hidden sect was powerful now, so they couldn't get close to him. Han Ju immediately asked Han Yu to gather the Nether race. Half a day later, Han Ju took the 10,000 Nether race members into the Ultimate Origin world and sent them near the Life Fiend Celestial. He asked them to get along well and govern the Ultimate Origin world together in the future. The Life Fiend Celestial was currently the strongest Fiend Celestial in the Ultimate Origin world. It already had a great Tao cultivation. Most of the Nether race members were at the Freedom Realm and could assist the Life Fiend Celestial. The Life Fiend Celestial didn't dare to bully the Nether race with Han Ju watching. Furthermore, he had observed for a long time. The Life Fiend Celestial was gentle and not as ferocious as it looked. Han Ju returned to the third Tao field after instructing him. He returned to the Taoist temple after interacting with his Tao companions for hundreds of years. He looked at the universe of stars. The current universe of stars was filled with races and was extremely prosperous. Liu Bei had already nurtured a batch of disciples to govern this universe. Then, he returned to the third Tao field and cultivated in peace. After so many years, Liu Bei's desire for power had already calmed. He finally understood Han Ju's efforts. Only cultivation was eternal. Power could only bring short-term joy. Of course, the short-term here could cover the lives of mortals. Han Ju watched for a while and lost interest. Although this universe of stars was created by him, it had already been devoured and fused by the chaos. The providence was connected and no longer belonged to him. He should pay attention to the Ultimate Origin world in the future. Han Ju thought silently and closed his eyes to cultivate. In the blank domain. Han Huang meditated quietly. There was nothing in all directions, not even spirit qi. The ultimate god of punishment suddenly appeared and sized him up. He did not disturb him. Han Huang sensed his aura but did not open his eyes. He continued cultivating, primordial fiend celestial. Where should I find it? The ultimate god of punishment thought silently. His eyes suddenly lit up. Wasn't Han Huang the most suitable person? Because Han Ju was a chaotic fiend celestial, no living being would think that Han Huang was a primordial fiend celestial. How could a primordial fiend celestial be born from a chaotic fiend celestial? However, the primordial fiend celestial did not exist. According to Master, he could choose one. Should he let Han Huang take over? No. This concerned the great Tao immeasurable calamity. The primordial fiend celestial might become cannon fodder. Since ancient times, all existences who served as the protagonists of the calamity did not die well. The ultimate god of punishment said, Han Huang, I'm looking for you this time about the great Tao calamity. Han Huang opened his eyes and asked, Great Tao immeasurable calamity? Please speak. The great Tao immeasurable calamity is already brewing. It might take 10 million years or hundreds of millions of years. We have to find the primordial fiend celestial before it arrives, the ultimate god of punishment said slowly. Han Huang's expression did not change, but he became vigilant. He had naturally figured out his bloodline with his current cultivation. He was the primordial fiend celestial. It was precisely because he knew that he was higher than the chaotic fiend celestial that Han Huang wanted to cultivate diligently. Although he had obtained the eternal peak in the chaotic assembly, he had not left the 10 absolutes behind. He was still considered a prodigy of the same level by the various factions. How could he tolerate this? Han Huang was naturally arrogant as a primordial fiend celestial with greater talent than the chaotic fiend celestial. Han Huang said, "Stop looking. I'm the primordial fiend celestial." The ultimate god of punishment was moved. The primordial fiend celestial is the key to the great Tao immeasurable calamity. You can't pretend. I'm looking for you because I hope that you can help me find it. Han Huang stood up and stared at him. I am the primordial fiend celestial. I know the danger you're talking about, but I am. Stop looking. The ultimate god of punishment was silent. Han Huang was even more furious upon seeing his attitude. Could it be that you don't believe me? The ultimate god of punishment smiled bitterly. I believe you. That's all for now. Cultivate well. As for the great Tao immeasurable calamity, there are no signs yet. With that, he vanished. Han Huang meditated as his eyes emitted a purple light. Great Tao immeasurable calamity. Perhaps this is the opportunity for me to break through to a higher realm. Han Huang thought silently and clenched his fists. He actually began to look forward to the great Tao immeasurable calamity. A world had already been established in the depths of his soul. There was still a long time before it turned into the primordial chaos. He was vexed by this. Now, the great Tao immeasurable calamity had given him a trace of hope. Han Huang did not notice that wisps of yellow qi appeared behind him. They were surging and condensing into a human form. He suddenly turned around when he realized that something was wrong. A head surrounded by yellow qi appeared in front of him. The two were less than half a meter apart. This head had disheveled hair and a face like a crimson ghost. Its eyes were sunken and had no whites. Its pupils were like snakes and scorpions as it stared at him. Han Huang did not panic and asked calmly, "Who are you?" The yellow head smiled sinisterly. "Primordial fiend celestial, are you willing to stay in the chaos?" Han Huang narrowed his eyes. "You should have been spying on me in the past 1,000,000 years, right?" "That's right. I can help you if you want to create the primordial chaos." "Oh. Then what do you want?" "Like you, I also have a world that needs to be created, but I'm suppressed by the chaos and can't do anything. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1025 Upgrade of the Simulation Trial. Chapter 1025 Upgrade of the Simulation Trial. Han Huang asked upon hearing the yellow head's words, "What can you do?" The yellow qi head smiled and said, "Let's discuss the great Tao immeasurable calamity together. I will become your greatest help and not take action behind your back and enjoy the benefits." Han Huang smiled, "You have to prove your strength first if you want to cooperate with me." Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Han Huang's body. His robes fluttered violently as nebulous primordial qi coiled around his body like a hurricane. He was insufferably arrogant. The yellow head slowly retreated and smiled. As expected of the primordial fiend celestial. Such an aura is considered invincible among the great Tao Supremes. Han Huang snorted. The yellow head began to condense yellow qi. Flesh and blood stretched out from under the head, producing a body at an extremely fast speed. Han Huang waited patiently, also wanting to see the other party's strength. He had not fought to his heart's content ever since the chaotic assembly ended. Primordial fiend celestial, your potential is impressive, but how many geniuses have there been since ancient times? You've only cultivated for tens of millions of years. To me, your life is like a breath of time for mortals, the yellow head said meaningfully. Han Huang frowned. Let's fight first. Millions of years passed. Detected that you are 50 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and open the primordial chaos in the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. A chance to upgrade the system function. This was new. It appeared in the second option. Han Ju looked satisfied. The system was sensible now. He directly chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. Please choose a system function to upgrade. Han Ju thought for a moment and chose the creation heavens chosen. The creation heavens chosen is already top-notch and cannot be upgraded unless you surpass the ultimate origin fiend celestial. Indeed, the creation heavens chosen was related to the ultimate origin world, so the ultimate origin world's great creation was higher than Jiang Juesher's great creation of the chaos. Han Ju thought for a moment and chose the simulation trial. The simulation trial was extremely useful as it allowed Han Ju to judge the strength of his enemies. Do you choose to upgrade the simulation trial? Yes. Simulation trial has begun to upgrade. He actually needed to wait. Han Ju focused on the Great Tao fragment. 9 Great Tao fragments had been gathered, but he didn't need a Great Tao mystical power. It was better to keep them in case they were useful in the future. 9 Great Tao fragments could form a Great Tao mystical power. What about 99? Han Ju was looking forward to it. Since he had nothing to do, Han Ju decided to rest. He looked at Han Ling. Han Ling opened her eyes and waited for Han Ju's instructions upon sensing his gaze. This girl's cultivation had already reached the perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm. How fast! However, it was still very slow compared to Han Ju. After all, the father and daughter were only 10 million years apart. Han Ju had already become a Tao creator at her age. Have you been troubled by cultivation recently? Han Ju asked. Han Ling said, indeed. It's very difficult for the world I created to become the Great Tao world you mentioned. I can't condense 3,000 Great Tao. What should I do? Han Ju smiled. The Great Tao of extreme origin I taught you contains the truths of the 3,000 Great Tao. You can absorb the rules of the 3,000 Great Tao of the chaos and derive them yourself. Han Ling was enlightened and immediately stood up. Father, I want to go out. Han Ju smiled and nodded, sending her out of the third Tao field. Han Ling immediately jumped out of the chaos and arrived under the 3,000 Great Tao. Speaking of which, this was the first time this girl went out alone. Han Ju was a little worried and stared at her. She had few opponents in the chaos with her cultivation level, but Han Ju was afraid that she would be deceived. How many fairies were seduced by mortals? Han Ju had heard many such stories in the past. This was Han Ju's most precious child. How could she be seduced by a thief? Han Ju paid attention silently. Han Ling absorbed the power of the 3,000 Great Tao and quickly attracted a mighty figure's attention. However, that mighty figure quickly retreated before he could say anything when he saw Han Ling. It turned out that his elder had once gone to the chaotic assembly. He remembered Han Ling's appearance and immediately sent a voice transmission telling him to scram. He couldn't provoke the heavenly sage's daughter. Not long after, the ultimate god of punishment came and talked to Han Ling. The mighty figures and giants did not dare to disturb him. Han Ling chatted with the ultimate god of punishment as she absorbed the power of rules. She displayed the attitude of a junior facing the ultimate god of punishment, making him very satisfied as he praised her. 100 years later, Han Huang and Han Tuo also came to see Han Ling. It was naturally lively when the siblings gathered. At the same time, words appeared in front of Han Ju. Simulation trial successfully upgraded. Simulation trial, you can set the opponent's cultivation and strength level and simulate a battle. The upper limit is their past and future cultivation limits that the system can derive. It can also detect all living beings in a great Tao world and duplicate their strength to fight. The outcome of the battle will not affect their physical and mental state. The number of times it can be used is unlimited. It could derive the enemy's future cultivation limit. The detection range covered a great Tao world. Han Ju's eyes lit up in surprise. In other words, he could copy the cultivation levels of everyone in the chaos and fight wantonly. He could also fight with their future selves. Han Ju was in a good mood. He immediately copied the entire chaos and started the simulation trial. He directly challenged all living beings and asked the system to set the future limit of their cultivation. Wow! It would have been fine if it was not set up, but more than 20 Tao creators and more than 100,000 great Tao sages appeared. The chaos was still impressive and contained many impressive geniuses. Most of these Tao creators were familiar to Han Ju, but some he had never heard of. A few of them surprised him. They could also become Tao creators. He had really misjudged them. Han Ju began to focus on the battle. 5 minutes later, he destroyed all living beings in the chaos. No pressure at all. Han Ju began to fight the formless transcendent deity alone. He discovered that the formless transcendent deity's limit was not much stronger than now. Just like that, Han Ju was immersed in the simulation trial. Tens of thousands of years later, Han Ling ended the absorption of the power of rules and prepared to leave. She suddenly saw a figure in the distance absorbing the power of the great Tao. She took a closer look and saw that it was Laozi. Han Ling had learned about Laozi from her father and knew his true appearance. He was a top mighty figure of the chaos. Laozi felt her gaze and nodded slightly as a greeting. Han Ling bowed and prepared to leave. Young friend Han Ling, there's something I want to say, but do you think I should say it? Laozi's voice suddenly floated into her ears. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1026 Chaos Rises, Extreme Rage Tyrant Star. Chapter 1026 Chaos Rises, Extreme Rage Tyrant Star. Han Ling turned to look at him, vigilant. He said, Senior, what can I do for you? She only respected Laozi in name. Laozi said, I see that your providence is extraordinary. You will definitely rule the chaos in the future. The world that you want to create will be your Tao. What world you choose is extremely important for your future path. Don't take the wrong path. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Han Ling bowed respectfully and left. Han Ju moved Han Ling back to the Tao field after she left the domain where the 3,000 great Tao were. Laozi muttered as he looked in the direction she left, the divine might heavenly sage is really impressive. His bloodline inheritance is unprecedented. Could it be that he has grasped some kind of rule? In the third Tao field, Han Ling sat beside Han Ju and kept complaining about Laozi, feeling that he was relying on his seniority to lecture people. What right does he have to teach me? Is his world very good? I don't think he made a name for himself. In the past, he didn't dare to offend the Tao ancestor in the heavenly Tao. Later, he couldn't protect the three pure sacred world. How ridiculous, Han Ling said indignantly. Her cultivation level was similar to Laozi's, but she was treated as a junior. Han Ju smiled. Other than the difference in essence, there's actually not much of a difference between great Tao worlds. He just feels that if you govern the great Tao world with benevolence, the path you take will naturally be great. If you rear the living beings of the great Tao world and act recklessly, you will also do things without any worries. Han Ling curled his lips. Han Ju changed the topic and asked her how the trip went. Han Ling immediately became happy and said that she had already absorbed the power of the rules of the 3000 Great Tao and could create a new 3000 Great Tao in her Great Tao world. The Great Tao was unique in the chaos. There were no same Great Tao, but there was no such restriction across the Great Tao world. Several hours later, the father and daughter entered cultivation. The cultivation years in the Tao field were extremely calm, but the chaos surged. As more and more great Tao sages appeared, the accumulated conflicts began to erupt. The life faction began to bare its fangs. Huang Zuantian sent dozens of great Tao sages to use the domain of life as the center and began to devour the surrounding chaotic domains. The Northern Chaos Holy Lord used the Tao of the Emperor and began to attack the various domains, his might overflowing. Formless World, Great Heavenly God King, Universe Sage King, Zhou Song's Great Tao Heaven, Evil Heavenly Emperor, Zhou Fan, Pangu, and the others also began to fight for supremacy. They weren't the only ones. Even the Great Tao Divine Spirits were involved. The ultimate God of punishment did not stop them. It was obvious that he tacitly agreed. The leader of the Divine Spirits tacitly agreed, so the chaos was naturally in chaos. Hundreds of thousands of years passed after the war. On this day, the life factions Li Daokong fought Laozi. The two of them were originally master and grand disciple. Now that they had become powerful enemies, it naturally attracted countless spectators. This battle shook the world and alarmed most of the chaos. Even Han Ju and Han Ling in the Tao field were alarmed. Han Ju only took a look and then went back to cultivating. Han Ling watched with relish. It was mainly because seeing Laozi being taught a lesson made her inexplicably happy. This battle lasted for several days. In the end, the two sides fought to a draw. Li Daokong's name spread throughout the chaos, and he was conferred the title of Sword Venerable. The power of the life faction reached an unprecedented level as Li Daokong's reputation spread. The Life Lord, who was one of the 10 Absolutes, and the unparalleled Sword Venerable were two giants that shook the world and presided over it. All the factions targeted by the Life faction fled or directly surrendered. More and more major factions began to fight for territory, startling many mighty figures who were still in seclusion. They didn't understand what had happened and why the sky had suddenly changed. They carefully deduced and discovered that all this chaos was caused by an existence. Primordial Fiend Celestial. It was unknown who had spread the news that the great Tao immeasurable calamity was about to arrive. The strongest providence could transform into a primordial fiend celestial and create the primordial chaos in the chaos. It could surpass the chaos and obtain an unprecedented supreme status. At first, the mighty figures felt that it was just a rumor. But later they went to the 7 supreme rules and deduced them. They discovered that the rumors about the primordial fiend celestial were true. Whoever had the strongest providence would be enlightened by the 7 supreme rules and advanced to a primordial fiend celestial when the great Tao immeasurable calamity arrived. For a time, the entire chaos went mad. The higher one's cultivation level was, the crazier it became. In the blink of an eye, another 5 million years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked happy. He finally saw a possibility of breaking through. He was only close to breaking through a minor realm after 20 million years. The Tao Creator realm was deep and difficult to break through. Many domains in the current Ultimate Origin world had also become lively. The Ultimate Origin world itself was also constantly expanding, looking like it was catching up to the chaos. The addition of 10,000 Nether race members was very useful for the advancement of the Ultimate Origin world. They had always stayed in the 100 Peak Immortal River, so they were extremely proficient in teaching and preaching. Therefore, they preached everywhere in the Ultimate Origin world and were already known as the Divine Race. Han Ling asked when she saw that he opened his eyes, "Father, is that Li Daokong really from our hidden sect? Can you tell me about him?" Clearly, the battle between Li Daokong and Laozi millions of years ago had stunned her. She had always thought that she could dominate the same realm by relying on the emperor soldiers. Now, she discovered that the other mighty figures also had impressive methods. Her emperor soldiers only had dermic powers, but they did not have mystical powers or the power of the great Tao. Of course, she still felt that she could defeat Li Daokong, and it was not difficult. It was just that she had other plans. Han Ju smiled and recounted Li Daokong's past. Han Ling listened carefully. After Han Ju finished speaking, Han Ling suddenly sighed. It's really not difficult to dominate the chaos with the hidden sex foundation. It's just that father likes to cultivate and doesn't like to fight for hegemony. Otherwise, the chaos would have long been surnamed Han. Han Ju asked, "Is Ling ambitious?" She was born to be an emperor. As Han Ling's cultivation level reached the peak of the chaos and it was very difficult for her cultivation level to advance, her ambitions naturally began to grow. Han Ling hurriedly shook her head. "No, I'm just curious. The chaos is extremely lively now. From time to time, great Tao sages and even great Tao supremes fight." Han Ju smiled and didn't expose her. The chaos was indeed lively. There must be a trap behind this, but Han Ju didn't care. The endless era was what all the Tao creators wanted to see. He naturally would not stop it. There are still 2 more creation heavens chosen attempts. Should I use them to add some fuel to the great Tao immeasurable calamity? Han Ju thought silently. He discovered that Han Ling was a little arrogant and did not think highly of the living beings in the chaos. This was not good. He should give her some pressure by using the creation heavens chosen. Activating the creation heavens chosen. A random great creation will appear among your descendants. Your son Han Huang has awakened an innate great creation ultimate rage tyrant star, innate great creation. It contains the pity of the ultimate origin transcendent rule. He can borrow the power of the ultimate origin transcendent rule. The angrier he is, the stronger the power of the transcendent rule he borrows. Han Ju was stunned. Han Huang. Isn't this great creation the same as borrowing his father's power? Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1027 Paving the Way for His Daughter. Chapter 1027 Paving the Way for His Daughter. The ultimate rage tyrant star could borrow the power of the ultimate origin world. The power of the ultimate origin world was Han Ju's power. Han Ju didn't expect to become the source of his son's power. He didn't think too much about it. The ultimate origin power in his body was endless. How could Han Huang use it all? A trace of the Tao Creator's power was enough to crush the entire chaos. It had to be said that Han Huang was really lucky. Han Huang would become invincible with this power. Han Ju thought. There was one last creation heaven's chosen attempt left. He might as well use it together. It would be interesting if the chosen one was still Han Huang. Activating the creation heaven's chosen. A random great creation will appear among your descendants. Your descendant, Qin Ba Hen, has awakened an innate great creation ultimate gravity star, innate strength and gravity Tao. It contains extreme power. As the ultimate origin world expands, its power will constantly increase. Not bad. But why was his surname not Han? Han Ju began to deduce. It turned out that the difference between Qin Ba Hen and Han Yunjin was tens of thousands of generations. More than 10 generations of his ancestors had fallen into the mortal world. His mother's surname was Han and she married into the Qin family because of the destruction of her family. The Qin family was the imperial family of the mortal world. Qin Ba Hen was a prince born with endless strength, but he was mentally deficient. He was like a 5 or 6-year-old child and could not even speak clearly. He was usually used as a tool for battle and did not receive the treatment of a prince. The first half of his life could be said to be rough. At this moment, Qin Bahen awakened. The great creation in his mind began to clear. The green mountains were continuous. An army was stationed in the mountainside. Beside the territory where the captives were imprisoned, a burly man leaned against the guardrail. He was dirty and his hair was mixed with soil. Beside him was a stable filled with the stench of feces. Qin Bahen. He slowly opened his eyes. The memories of the first 20 years of his life surged like a tide. He, who had recovered his mind, recalled those memories and felt bitter. He had contributed to the empire, but he couldn't even attend the court because of his lack of intelligence. He accidentally bumped into a concubine and was chased out of the palace by his father and was raised in the army when he was 7 years old. The army was filled with boorish men and no one took care of him. Therefore, his entire body emitted a stench since he was young. As he grew up and killed countless enemies, the stench became killing intent. The heavens are righteous. I didn't expect that I would wake up one day in my life. Qin Bahen slowly stood up and walked towards the commander-in-chief's camp. At this moment, his eyes were bright. His entire body was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its edge. Han Ju stared at him silently. The Han family's descendants actually ended up in such a miserable state. If not for the creation heavens chosen this time, Qin Bahen would probably live a life worse than pigs and dogs until he died on the battlefield. Qin Bahen might be placed in an important position if it was a chaotic world. However, the empire he was in was powerful. The surrounding dynasties would cause trouble at most and could not affect the empire. In this situation, Qin Bahen was not very useful. The empire would still exist even if he died. Han Ju looked at Han Ling and said, "I discovered that the Han family has an impressive descendant." Han Ling opened her eyes and deduced. Soon, she found Qin Bahen. Unlike the Conquest Heavenly Star and the Ultimate Killing Star, which needed to grow, the Ultimate Gravity Star was based on the Ultimate Killing Star, which was already very powerful. Han Ling frowned. A descendant of the Han family was actually humiliated like this. "Father, what do you plan to do?" Han Ju said, "There are all sorts of things in the world. Our Han family has countless descendants. Some people are worse off than him. Do you want to save and help them all?" Han Ling curled her lips and thought to herself, "Then why are you asking me?" Han Ju smiled and said, "Let's wait and see. You can save him when he's in despair." "Save him for what? You don't want to take him in?" "Huh." Han Ling was stunned for a moment before understanding. Han Ling felt a little uneasy at her father's gaze, as if she had been exposed. Han Ju said meaningfully, "Han Yao, Han Yi, and Qin Bahen. This is the path I can pave for you. You have to rely on yourself whatever you want to do in the future." Han Ling couldn't pretend anymore. She indeed had ambitions, especially after witnessing the battle between the overlords of the chaos all these years. At this point, Han Ju felt that it was very difficult for Han Ling to improve. Even if she knew the method to create a great Tao world, it would take countless years to become a Tao creator. Han Ju said, "Next is the endless era, when the entire situation changes. Before that, you still have to try your best to become stronger." Han Ling nodded. "Father, I understand." Han Ju closed his eyes and started cultivating. Han Ling stared at Qin Bahen, waiting for an opportunity. Qin Bahen returned to the empire after he bid farewell to the army commander. He wanted to find his mother. Ever since he was young, he had never cared about his mother. Because he had given birth to a freak like him, his mother had also been banished. Qin Bahen wanted to enter the palace upon arriving at the imperial city, but he was stopped. In his anger, he forcefully barged in and attracted the attention of the guards. Soon, the matter alerted the emperor. The emperor was furious. He used his identity as his father to force Qin Bahen to stop. The emperor was very shocked by Qin Bahen's awakening. However, Qin Bashan's mother was already dead. He was afraid that Qin Bahen would go mad, so he deliberately changed the topic. However, Qin Bahen was unwilling and finally asked the truth. Qin Bahen went mad when he learned that his mother had been killed by the empress. He started a massacre in the palace and swore to kill the empress. The emperor was furious and had no choice but to invite the immortal sect to suppress him. Qin Bashan's bravery was no longer something that a mortal army could stop. Qin Bahen was still unstoppable as he faced the cultivators. He fought until the sky turned red. The empress was from a cultivation family. Her disciples protected her with all their might. Things were getting out of hand. In the end, more than one Mahayana cultivator was alerted and they used a spell to suppress Qin Bahen. Qin Bahen was tied up by a golden rope in the ruins of the palace. His body was covered in talismans and his legs were wrapped in tree roots. Thorns pierced through his flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. Qin Bashan's eyes were red and his face was covered in blood. He stared at the dozen cultivators in the sky. The surrounding soldiers raised their weapons and trembled in fear. A white-robed elder said, "Your Majesty, this child is sinful. It's better to kill him." The other Mahayana cultivators also said that they had to kill Qin Bahen. Apart from the imperial palace suffering heavy losses, even their sects were the same. The emperor was furious. He wanted to agree, but his heart ached inexplicably when he saw Qin Bashan's miserable state. He indeed owed this son a lot. However, it was no longer his decision at this point. The Qin family's empire relied on these sects to survive. Qin Bahen said angrily, "Kill me. I want revenge even if I turn into a ghost. I must kill the empress. I will never rest." The white-robed elder snorted. "Ghost? I'll extract your soul and make sure you can't reincarnate. You'll be in pain forever." He raised his hand and prepared to cast a spell. Boom! The sky suddenly changed. Thunderclouds gathered and a terrifying heavenly might descended. Such a change moved everyone. They looked up. The group of Mahayana cultivators was also shocked. This was definitely not a normal phenomenon. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1028 Qin Bashan's Shock. Chapter 1028 Qin Bashan's Shock. Ha ha ha, it seems that even the heavens can't stand it anymore. Qin Bahen laughed wantonly, but his laughter was filled with hatred. The expressions of the Mahayana cultivators changed, but they were not afraid. They had lived for thousands of years and had experienced all sorts of storms. How could they let Qin Bahen go? The white-robed elder was the first to attack. He took out a flying sword from his sleeve, intent on beheading Qin Bahen. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and shattered the flying sword. Following that, it shattered all the restrictions on Qin Bashan's body, causing the talismans to turn into dust. Qin Bahen was stunned. The Mahayana cultivators were stunned. The palace was the same. A cold female voice resounded through the world. "Mere mortals dare to humiliate our Han family's bloodline. Believe it or not, even immortals won't dare to stop me from destroying this mortal world." Han Ling's voice was extremely domineering. The anger contained in it caused the temperature of the world to suddenly decrease. Everyone was shocked. How arrogant! The Mahayana cultivators were all shocked. The other party brought the heavenly might and was not something they could defeat. However, Han family. The white-robed elder looked at the emperor and discovered that he was shocked. "Junior, take revenge. Whoever tries to stop you will be destroyed in body and soul. After taking revenge, follow me to the upper world to cultivate and transcend your mortal body." Han Ling's voice sounded, causing a ferocious glint to appear in Qin Bashan's eyes. He stood up trembling and walked towards the empress. Surrounded by a group of cultivators, the empress was so frightened that her face turned pale. She collapsed to the ground. She screamed in fear and asked for help upon seeing Qin Bahen walking towards her. The cultivators guarding her were scared out of their wits. How could they dare to fight? Han Ling's appearance made them think that the immortals were furious. They all fled in fear. The Mahayana cultivators looked at the white-robed elder. His expression was dark. He didn't say a word, but he did not give any more orders. Clearly, he wanted to preserve his lineage. Qin Bahen brushed past the emperor. The emperor hurriedly turned around and said with a trembling voice, "Son, stop." Qin Bahen ignored him and quickly approached the empress. He punched down. How could the weak empress withstand a punch from him? She died on the spot, blood splattering all over the ground. Qin Bahen turned to look at the cultivators in the sky and shouted angrily, "Ancestor of the Han family, can you kill them for me?" "You," the white-robed elder was shocked and furious. He had already tacitly agreed to Qin Bashan's revenge, but he did not show them any mercy. "All right." Han Ling's voice sounded, causing the Mahayana cultivators to panic. The white-robed elder immediately shouted, "Kill this kid first." The Mahayana cultivators attacked one after another. All sorts of spells landed on Qin Bahen. Although he was powerful, he did not have dermic powers. In addition, he was severely injured and could not dodge. However, these spells vanished like smoke just as they were about to land on him. Screams descended from the sky as the Mahayana cultivators all fell in front of him. Qin Bahen grinned, extremely relieved. The emperor stared at this scene in a daze, extremely regretful. He suddenly recalled what concubine Han had said when he had thrown her into the cold palace. "Your Majesty, you covet the power of the Empress family. You will definitely regret it if our Han family finds our ancestor in the future." He was arrogant and did not take her seriously. Now that he thought about it, he felt extremely stupid. This stupidity would send the Qin family into eternal damnation. Third Dao Field. Qin Bahen had already changed into new clothes. His injuries had healed and the dirt on his body had disappeared. Although he was strong, he was handsome and was not as sinister and ferocious as before. Xing Hongxian, Qinghuaner, and the disciples of the Dao Field surrounded Qin Bahen, making him uneasy. TSK, as expected of your descendant. He's really good-looking. He's too many generations apart. Qin Bahen was extremely nervous and did not dare to speak as he faced the two ancestors. At this moment, Han Ling walked over and smiled. "Mothers, don't make things difficult for him anymore. A few days ago, he was still acting like a child due to his mental deficiency. How can he withstand your teasing?" Xing Hongxian and Qinghuaner had been far from the heavenly Tao for a long time and could not deduce the situation there. After all, they were not great Tao Supremes. The two women were curious and began to ask about him. Han Ling did not hide anything and told them about Qin Bashan's past. The two women were indignant. Qin Bahen remained silent. It was unknown what he was thinking. Then, Han Ling brought him to the Daoist temple. Qin Bahen was shocked upon seeing Han Ju. He wondered how someone could look so perfect. Han Ling said, "This is my father, who is also the father of the Han family's ancestor. The Han family's ancestor is the heavenly Dao sage, Han Yunjin." Heavenly Dao sage? Qin Bahen was shocked. Although he did not understand what this meant, it sounded very grand. Han Ju didn't open his eyes. Han Ling began to introduce the rest of the family to Qin Bahen. Qin Bahen was silent as Han Ling talked about the generations of the Han family. Although he was shocked, he felt very uncomfortable. Qin Bahen couldn't help but ask after she finished speaking, since the Han family is so powerful, why did they let their descendants suffer? If I'm already like this, there must be other disciples of the Han family wandering outside. Han Ling frowned and said, "The Han family has countless descendants. The Han family has given you life and has no responsibility to protect you for your entire life. Among the mortals in the world, who doesn't have a prominent ancestor?" Qin Bahen asked, "Then why did you help me?" "Because of my talent. Your talent was also given to you by me. Otherwise, you would still be lacking in intelligence and would be miserable for life." It was Han Ju who spoke. His voice was calm, but it carried an indescribable dignity, making Qin Bahen even more nervous than when facing Han Ling. He looked at Han Ju and saw that the latter had quietly opened his eyes and was staring at him, scaring him so much that he lowered his head. Han Ling also looked at her father in surprise. Talent could be given. Han Ju stared at Qin Bahen and said, "The Han family has countless disciples. You were chosen by me not because I like you. This is your fate. Facing my descendants, I chose them fairly. No matter who is chosen, it is their own opportunity. You don't have to worry, but recognize that I don't owe the Han family anything. If not for me, the Han family wouldn't even exist." Qin Bahen was silent. He understood that his words were indeed unreasonable after he calmed down. He looked up again and asked, "Ancestor, what do you need me to do?" Han Ju said, "From now on, you will serve my daughter." Qin Bahen looked at Han Ling. Han Ling smiled and said, "Don't worry. You can cultivate here. I've cultivated for tens of millions of years since I was born. I've only gone out twice and have never encountered any danger." Qin Bahen nodded, shocked. Tens of millions of years. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Han Ling stood up and left with Qin Bahen. She built a Taoist temple at the side for him. She first taught him the cultivation technique, then she instructed after Qin Bahen noted it down, "Don't come to our Taoist temple if there's nothing. My father is always in seclusion. Every seclusion lasts for 5 million years. I'll teach you personally when you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation. If you're bored, you can look for those disciples, but I hope you can spend most of your energy on cultivation. To say something that might hurt your dignity, what happened to your mother still came from you being too weak. You can still repay your mother after she reincarnates as long as you're strong enough. The cycle of reincarnation is endless. I'll guarantee that she reincarnates. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1029 Mystical Destiny Book, Book of Misfortune. Chapter 1029 Mystical Destiny Book, Book of Misfortune. Qin Bahen was extremely excited upon hearing that his mother could reincarnate. Han Ling continued, "Your surname will be Han from today onwards." Qin Bahen nodded. "All right. I hate the Qin surname, anyway." At this point, he changed his name to Han Bahen and cultivated under Han Ling. To Han Ju, this was a small matter. In the future, the chosen ones could also do this. He didn't have to nurture them personally. Of course, he still had to do it himself if the creation was extremely abnormal. Han Ju was not disappointed. Han Bahen focused on cultivating and rarely went out after coming to the Dao field. In the blink of an eye. After millions of years, Han Ju's age increased again. Detected that you are 60 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and open the ultimate origin world in the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. The two choices were the same. There was no difference. Han Ju would treat it as a fixed gift from the system. He silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. Han Ju looked at the neighboring Taoist temples Han Bahen. This kid's cultivation had already reached freedom after 5 million years of cultivation. The spirit qi in the Tao field was richer than anywhere else in the entire chaos. In Han Ju's opinion, the progress of Han Bashan's cultivation was still a little slow. Han Ling was usually busy cultivating and only taught him a total of 3 times. It seemed that this was not Han Bashan's fault. In the past, Han Ju at least had the system to help. Han Ju opened the emails. The recent emails were extremely chaotic. There were all sorts of attacks, and even hidden sect disciples attacked each other. Zhou Fan had fought Li Daokong and was severely injured. Han Tua and Huang Zuantian had also fought and were both severely injured. Dao Sovereign and the other 3 had also recently returned to the chaos. Han Yi and Han Yao had fought more than once, and each time, both sides were severely injured. Han Ju had no intention of mediating. These disciples had also graduated. Be it sparring or really fighting, he couldn't care less. Han Ju's gaze landed on the chaos after reading the emails. He discovered that the chaotic spirit qi had increased greatly. The 7 supreme rules had also increased in size. The 3,000 great Tao had also become heavier. It was precisely because of this that the various factions in the chaos fought even more chaotically, thinking that they were creating providence for the chaos. Even the ultimate god of punishment thought so. Only Han Ju knew that this meant that the 9th chaos had become stronger. The thought of the 9th chaos about to become the Creator Lord made Han Ju very nervous. The Tao Creator was already extremely terrifying. Who knew how unbelievable the Creator Lord was? The Tao field's array formation was only at the Creator Lord level. It was unknown if it could completely block the 9th chaos after he broke through. Han Ju suddenly had a bold thought. Should he curse the 9th chaos? The Book of Misfortune was already an ultimate Tao treasure. Who could it not curse? Han Ju asked in his mind, will the 9th chaos scheme against me after he becomes a Creator Lord? For example, suppressing me. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, what the hell? What a scumbag. That made sense. The chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity wouldn't be in such a sorry state if the 9th chaos was really so kind. Will I be discovered if I use the Book of Misfortune to curse the 9th chaos? The ultimate Tao treasure is at the Tao Creator level. The 9th chaos can't directly deduce the Book of Misfortune, but it can be inferred. Han Ju thought of the Mystical Destiny book next. Use the Mystical Destiny book to change the understanding of all living beings and make them think that the Dark Forbidden Lord indeed existed, so he couldn't be Han Ju, before cursing the 9th chaos. That's it. Perfect. Han Ju immediately shooed Han Ling out and asked her to teach Han Ba Hen for a few days. He would preach the Tao to him later. Then, he took out the Mystical Destiny book and started to use it. I want all living beings, including the 9th chaos, to think that the Dark Forbidden Lord indeed exists. It has nothing to do with me, Han Ju. 1 decillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So much. However, Han Ju could still accept it compared to half his lifespan. The first time he used it, his lifespan was not even 1 decillion years. Now, he had 12 octodecillion years of lifespan. The lifespan deducted was basically nothing. Han Ju chose to continue. The Mystical Destiny book emitted a divine light. The aura still made him palpitate. As expected of an ultimate supreme treasure. After the divine light disappeared, Han Ju looked at the cooldown time and discovered that it had become 100 million years. He would have waited until he was 160 million years old if he wanted to use it again. Han Ju smiled and kept the Mystical Destiny book. Then, he changed it to the Book of Misfortune. It had been a long time since he had cursed someone. He was quite excited. He preferred cursing existences stronger than him compared to cursing the weak. 9th chaos, are you ready? You can forget about being the first to become a creator lord. Han Ju began to curse the ninth chaos. As an ultimate Tao treasure, the Book of Misfortune could already curse all existences. The power of the curse erupted and black light flashed, causing his face to become ghastly and terrifying. He was no longer as holy as before. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. He opened his attributes panel and stared at it. As expected of the ninth chaos, his lifespan decreased extremely quickly. 100 million years. 1 billion years. 10 billion years. 100 billion years. 1 trillion years. Han Ju was immersed in the pleasure of the curse and couldn't extricate himself. As he cursed, he recalled the past. The enemies he had forgotten kept appearing in his mind. He really missed them. In the Taoist temple next door, Han Bahen felt uneasy. He was very nervous at the thought that Han Ju was about to preach the Tao. When he first came, although he knew that Han Ju was very strong, he didn't expect it to far exceed his imagination. Ever since Han Ling explained the realms and chaos to him, he knew that he had obtained a huge opportunity. Han Ling noticed his uneasiness and smiled. "Don't be nervous. My father won't eat you." Turv Han Bahen asked, "Ancestor, can you tell me about the progenitor's past?" Han Ling smiled and nodded, then told him what she knew. Han Bahen listened very seriously. Han Bahen worshipped Han Ju knowing that the primogenitor was also a mortal in the past and had risen step by step from the mortal world to controlling the chaos. He suddenly felt that his encounter was nothing. Although his father did not treat him well, he at least raised him. As for his progenitor, he had been abandoned by his parents when he was young and had grown up alone. He had done everything by himself until he created the Han family. Han Bahen was ashamed thinking of his complaints about the ancestor when they first met. He suddenly felt that the progenitor had chosen him not because of his providence, but because he sympathized with him. Han Ling smiled and said after she finished speaking, "So you have to cultivate well. Don't let my father down. He gave you your talent before he decided you'd serve me. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm." Chapter 1030 Fighting to Become a Fiend Celestial. Chapter 1030 Fighting to Become a Fiend Celestial. When Han Bashan's admiration for him reached an endless stream, Han Ju, who was in the Taoist temple next door, was still cursing the ninth chaos. His lifespan decreased extremely quickly. 100 quadrillion years. 110 quadrillion years. It exceeded the ninth chaos value already. Because of your curse, the ninth chaos Tao heart is in chaos. The rules of the great Tao world have fluctuated. Wasn't the great Tao world of the ninth chaos the chaos? Han Ju looked up. The 3,000 great Tao above the chaos were fluctuating violently. Even the 7 supreme rules were trembling slightly. Who cares? Not enough. Han Ju's eyes turned ruthless. He swore to curse the ninth chaos into something to prevent this fellow from attaining the Creator Lord realm too quickly. 500 quadrillion years. 1 quintillion years. Because of your curse, mental demons appeared in the depths of the ninth chaos Tao heart. The great Tao world has begun to produce mental demons. Not enough. He stared at his attributes panel to prevent himself from cursing too much. In any case, he had already felt the opportunity to break through. He could make up for the origin lifespan he had lost as long as he broke through. 2 quintillion years. Because of your curse, the ninth chaos cultivation fluctuated. Its great Tao world began to shatter. Han Ju immediately stopped. The turbulence in his cultivation could be considered restraining his cultivation progress, right? Han Ju was worried that the chaos would be destroyed if he continued cursing. He put away the Book of Misfortune and looked up. He saw cracks appear at the edge of the chaos. They were dense and looked like a sinister long worm twisting. Not only that, but many evil auras appeared at the bottom of the chaos and surged to condense into strange demons of different sizes. The mental demons. These demons were quite strong. They might really fall into despair if it was the chaos 50 million years ago. However, to the current chaos, it would at most cause a short period of turmoil. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Han Ling. Soon, she brought Han Bahen into the Taoist temple. Han Bahen knelt down and bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Han Ju didn't say anything else and started to preach the Tao from the Freedom Realm. Round platforms hung under the blue sky and white clouds. More than 100 great Tao divine spirits gathered on the highest platform. The divine punishers were also here. To be precise, all the geniuses of the 10 absolutes were here. Han Huang, who was dressed in golden scales, could not hide his arrogance at all. Not only was he arrogant, but he also exuded domineering pressure. Furthermore, this kid did not hide it. The divine spirits had already noticed it before. However, over the years, Han Huang had been ruthless, causing them to not dare to provoke him. Han Huang smiled and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry. Can I prove that I'm a primordial fiend celestial now?" The ultimate god of punishment sent Han Ju a dream 1,000 years after the lecture, as soon as Han Bahen left. Han Ju accepted the dream and explained Han Huang's situation. After hearing it, Han Ju asked the ultimate god of punishment not to dissuade him and let nature take its course. Since his son had this determination, Han Ju would no longer ask Tao Sovereign to take over. Han Ju looked at Tao Sovereign and the others after the dream ended. The 5 of them were very free. They traveled everywhere, as if they wanted to see every corner of the chaos and every scenery. Han Ju looked at the others. Something interesting happened. Other than Han Huang, many people wanted to be the primordial fiend celestial. Zhou Fan, Huang Zuntian, Tao Sovereign, Azure Heaven Mystic, Zhao Shuangquan, and so on. Those arrogant fellows all felt that they were the primordial fiend celestial and could withstand the great karma of ushering the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Han Ju was speechless. In the past, he was a primordial fiend celestial and was afraid that others would find trouble with him. Now, he finally understood that there were actually so many people fighting for it. Han Ju smiled and suddenly began to look forward to who could be recognized as the primordial fiend celestial. He did not calculate. There were fewer and fewer unknowns for him now. It was good to leave some suspense. As for danger, he was fearless in the Tao field anyway. Currently, only one person could suppress Han Ju. The 9th chaos. He would be invincible as long as he surpassed the 9th chaos. Han Ju closed his eyes and started cultivating in the mysterious domain. Mist filled the air and it was extremely dark. Huang Zuntian, Li Dao Kong, Ancestor Shitian, Shi Dudao, Jing Tiangong, and so on were all leaders of the Life faction. Huang Zuntian scanned everyone and said in a low voice, "We only have one goal recently. Sweep through the northern chaos. I want to be the primordial fiend celestial. I want great providence. This great Tao immeasurable calamity is the beginning of a new era. In the future, the chaos will shatter and become truly endless. Countless great worlds comparable to the chaos will appear. The Life faction also has to have a world, but there will be competition as long as it exists. You should understand. The Calamity Life Controller is like a curse that will always pester us. Although it's our power now, we also have to be wary of it." The leaders of the Life factions agreed. Li Daokong said that Han Huang is too powerful and is on good terms with the Northern Chaos. This is not good. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1031 Chaotic Legend. Chapter 1031 Chaotic Legend. So what if it's Han Huang? The Eternal Peak might not have been his during the chaotic assembly if not for the supreme rules being attacked. Huang Zuntian snorted. He was very depressed as he thought of this. The other leaders supported him. That's right. What's there to be afraid of? Even if Han Huang is the son of the divine might heavenly sage, it's fine as long as we don't harm his life. The divine might heavenly sage transcends the rules and has countless children. Look at Han Tuo. How many times has he been between life and death? I've never seen the divine might heavenly sage make a move. Although Han Huang is strong, he's all alone. That's right. There are so many experts in life. We can crush him with numbers no matter how strong Han Huang is. Ha ha ha. I'll first send disciples to the Northern Chaos to investigate its foundation. It's said that the origins of that Northern Chaos Holy Lord are mysterious, but he has remarkable abilities. He once fought dozens of great Tao sages alone and easily won. Huang Zuantian smiled at the leader's words. The chaos would fall into his hands sooner or later with so many mighty figures. Huang Zuantian said, although the divine might heavenly sage rarely appears, we have to give him face. We can attack Han Huang, but we have to leave him a way out. Although we are strong, we are only in the chaos, and the divine might heavenly sage is above the chaos. The leaders nodded. Actually, they knew what Han Huang represented even without Huang Zuantian saying it. That was also why the Northern Chaos Holy Lord tried his best to rope Han Huang in. Ancestor Shitian said, recently, the heavenly court's momentum cannot be underestimated. That Han Yao is very strong. Think of a way to rope him in. Shi Dudao chuckled. I'll do this. I want to see how strong the recently rising war god of the heavenly court is. The other leaders laughed, but no one fought with him. Although Han Yao was strong, he was not in their eyes for the time being. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. Dao Sovereign and the other three stood in the hall smiling at the evil heavenly emperor. Beside them stood several war gods and literature immortals, including Han Yao. Han Yi and Han Yao stared at each other, not convinced. Smiling, the evil heavenly emperor said, "It's so difficult in the chaos now. Why don't you stay in the heavenly court for the time being? The heavenly peach banquet is almost upon us." Lao Dan smiled. "All right. How can I miss such a beautiful thing?" He gave Zhao Xianyuan a look. The latter understood and agreed. Dao Sovereign frowned, but he couldn't refute. Jiang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Han Yi said unhappily, "What's so good about the heavenly peach banquet? I don't like Han Yao. We should leave." Han Yao cursed. "Are you asking for another beating? He, defeated opponent. Have you lost to me less often? Cut the crap. Let's go out and fight again." The evil heavenly emperor smiled and said, "Stop fighting. You're not tired." "I'm tired just from watching. Every time year passes by, he has to fight with Yaoer. He's even more competitive than Huanger and Tuoer back then. I even suspect that you're natural enemies." Han Yao snorted. "He's not worthy." Han Yi looked at the evil heavenly emperor and asked, "Your Majesty, when will my ancestor Han Huang return?" Han Yao mocked. "You think you can fight with ancestor Han Huang?" As Han Yi rose, his background could naturally not be hidden. The two peerless geniuses of the same era were actually from the same race. This was also one of the reasons they did not like each other and would always compare. The evil heavenly emperor could also see through Han Ye's background, so he especially liked his willfulness. He even doted on him more than Han Yao. Every time Han Yi came, he would warmly pull him along. Dao Sovereign said, "All right. Han Yi, you have to give His Majesty face in the heavenly court. His Majesty is the benefactor of your Han family's progenitor." Han Yi wanted to flare up, but he had no choice but to endure when he heard this. Han Yao did not say anything else. He would only lose his composure when facing Han Yi. He was still very polite to others. At this moment, "Evil heavenly emperor, I am Shi Dudao of life. Today, I specially came to challenge you. Send out the strongest war god under you. Otherwise, I will flatten the numinous palace. An extremely arrogant laugh came from outside the hall. It was like a thunderclap that shook the world. The evil heavenly emperor frowned. Han Yao shouted angrily, "How dare a nobody provoke the heavenly court?" He immediately transformed into a golden rainbow and went out. Dao's sovereign smiled. Life has targeted the heavenly court. His Majesty can be lively again. The evil heavenly emperor shook his head. I'm afraid they're not targeting the heavenly court. He looked outside the hall. Sure do Dao. It was really a meeting of old friends. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 million years passed. The second chaotic assembly was about to begin. Han Ju didn't plan to go this time. He let the ultimate god of punishment do it alone. Han Ju opened his eyes. He was already close to breaking through. He would definitely be able to break through to the mid-stage Dao creator realm in another million years. Han Ju checked the emails. The content was extremely exciting. The attacks were endless. Li Daokong, Huang Zuantian, Ancestor Shitian, and others were all severely injured by Han Huang. Han Tua and Yi Tian also began to become active and eliminate the devils at the bottom of the chaos. It was worth mentioning that the reincarnated eighth chaos, Zhao Shuangquan, was abnormally active. He defeated even the universe Sage King. 50 million years of cultivation had already allowed him to attain the great Dao supreme realm and reach the top echelon of the chaos. The nine-headed divine spirit had just tempered his divine body not long ago. He was preaching everywhere and recruiting troops. How lively! Han Ju smiled, especially since Han Huang's performance didn't disappoint him. How could the primordial fiend celestial not be invincible with its increasing providence? Han Ju looked at the chaos and discovered that Han Huang's momentum was extremely prosperous. He defeated the entire life faction alone and shocked the chaos. The primordial fiend celestial began to land on his head. Han Ju sent a dream to Huang Zuantian after reading the emails. In the dream, Huang Zuantian asked him if he wanted an opportunity as usual. After confirming his identity, he let down his guard. "Master, are you here about me and Han Huang?" Huang Zuantian asked awkwardly and sighed. The battle a million years ago was a humiliation to the life faction. They used their own strength to send Han Huang to the altar and shook the world, becoming a legend on the path of cultivation. Han Ju said, "I'm here for you. How are you?" Huang Zuantian was touched. The life faction has already stopped expanding and is resting. I'm also cultivating and want to create the great Dao world. He continued after hesitating for a moment. Primordial origin told me that two great Dao worlds that are not inferior to the chaos are approaching. They want to collide with the chaos and create an unprecedented era. Is this true? Primordial origin. TSK, Pangu's last opponent among the 3,000 Fiend Celestials formed by the primordial chaos Fiend Celestial could actually spy on the great Dao world. Han Ju was interested in primordial origin. Back then, primordial origin could have become the first chaotic life form to transform into a primordial Fiend Celestial. However, primordial origin was stuck because Han Ju had become a primordial Fiend Celestial in advance. In the end, he fused with Huang Zuantian and focused on him. Are the two great Dao worlds, immeasurable destruction Venerable Shi Tian and the most mysterious Dao creator about to attack? That's not right. Doesn't the immeasurable destruction Venerable Shi Tian want to personally destroy the chaos? Han Ju hesitated. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1032 Shi Tian. Chapter 1032 Shi Tian. Regardless of whether it's true or not, raising my cultivation level is the most important. The chaos won't die yet, Han Ju said softly and calmly. Huang Zuantian thought of many things. 50 million years ago, the mysterious existence of the consciousnessless great Tao world attacked the chaos and was quickly suppressed. How many unimaginable transcendent existences were hidden above the chaos? ESWER Han Ju and Huang Zuantian chatted for a while before removing the dream. Opening his eyes, Han Ju looked at Han Bahen of the Taoist temple next door. He had already become a great Tao sage. Han Ju said, "Linger, I gave Han Bahen the authority to enter the simulation trial, but you have to teach him." Han Ling opened her eyes and immediately went to do it. Han Ju looked at the bottom of the chaos. The evil devils formed by the ninth chaos mental demon had already dispersed and increased wantonly. The great Tao divine spirits couldn't kill them all. Han Tua, Yi Tian, and the other divine punishers had also gone to eliminate the devils. The situation was becoming more and more serious. The chaotic assembly was in another 200,000 years. It was estimated that one of the missions would be to eliminate devils. Han Ju created a clone. He would bring his Tao companion and disciples to the chaotic assembly when the time came. His main body would continue cultivating. He entered seclusion again after doing all of this. On the other side, Han Bahen began to spar with Han Ling in the simulation trial. Han Ling deliberately sparred with him first. Han Bahen was very excited. He could finally fight after cultivating for so long. He also wanted to test ancestor Han Ling's strength. Then, Han Bahen woke up and fearfully looked at Han Ling. He did not expect the gentle-looking ancestor Han Ling to be so terrifying in battle. She was like a completely different person. Han Ling smiled and said, "Compared to me, you're still far inferior. However, you can spar with others. The simulation trial contains all living beings. You can choose anyone to spar with, regardless of realm." Han Bahen took a deep breath and nodded. Then, he entered the simulation trial and began to fight other opponents. He was looking for a great Tao sage. He had no intention of torturing anyone below the great Tao sage realm. Soon, he was immersed. Several days later, he established absolute confidence. The reason ancestor Han Ling could defeat him was definitely that her cultivation realm was far superior to his. He was invincible among those of the same realm. He suddenly had a bold thought. How strong was the progenitor, Han Ju? He immediately chose to challenge him. At the bottom of the chaos, 10 Absolute City. 10 Absolute City became lively again due to the second chaotic assembly's arrival. Continuous booms rang outside the city as the mighty figures fought the evil devils. For millions of years, the bottom of the chaos had been filled with mysterious evil devils. These evil devils were extremely strong and liked to destroy and kill. Many geniuses and mighty figures had fallen under their claws. Han Ju's clone brought his trusted aides over. As usual, the disciples of the hidden sect and the heavenly Tao gathered together. Gao's sovereign and the other three also came. Many people had not seen each other for tens of millions of years and were exchanging pleasantries and asking about the past. The atmosphere was lively. Although the disciples of the hidden sect had always been on their own, their relationship had not been sorted out because of the myriad worlds projection. They would only stop when necessary and never kill even if there were conflicts. Of course, the main reason they could be harmonious was that Han Ju could suppress them. Han Qinger asked after looking around, "Where's my second brother?" Yi Tian smiled. "Your second brother is not interested in this assembly. He's already at the eternal peak and can't participate anymore. He's currently in the south of the chaos preparing to challenge an ancient ferocious beast. That ferocious beast has existed since the birth of the chaos and contains the power to destroy space and time. It's hidden between the past and the future, not the present." Han Qinger curled her lips, not understanding why her second brother was so warlike. Her gaze landed on Han Yao and Han Yi. At this moment, the two of them surrounded Han Yunjin and met their ancestor. Although many geniuses appeared in the Han family, very few were qualified to participate in the chaotic assembly. Han Yunjin and Han Yu had brought a few people, but they were not great Tao sages. Most of them had not even reached the Freedom Realm. But, Han Yao and Han Yi were true great Tao sages. At this moment, Han Ling walked over with Han Ba-hen following behind him. Han Ba-hen was majestic like a human-shaped ferocious beast, attracting everyone's attention. Han Yunjin was moved when he saw him. This was his bloodline. Han Ling immediately introduced him to everyone. The personal disciples surrounded him. The children who could cultivate beside Han Ju must have very strong potential. Han Yao and Han Yi frowned when they saw Han Ba-hen. Where did this kid come from? On the other side, Han Ju's clone was discussing the details of this chaotic assembly with the ultimate god of punishment. Because of the successful outcome of the first chaotic assembly, the second chaotic assembly was even more lively. Many geniuses had appeared in the chaos in the past 50 million years. It could be said that each generation surpassed the last. Many ancient existences also came out of seclusion to join in the fun. This chaotic assembly would be even smoother without the schemes of the number one deity of the consciousnessless great Tao world. Blank domain. The Holy Mother of Order and Han Huang stood side by side. The Holy Mother of Order was majestic. Han Huang looked tiny as he stood beside her, but his aura was stronger. The two divine spirits looked in the same direction. Following their gaze, a black dot appeared in the depths of the blank domain and slowly expanded. It was a great Tao world that was not inferior to the vastness of the chaos. The Holy Mother of Order said, "Do you see? This will be the prelude to the endless era. The two great Tao worlds will collide and fuse. The two giants and geniuses will fight. Those ambitious people will fight for benefits and will also begin the great Tao immeasurable calamity." Han Huang snorted. "So be it. I'll represent the chaos to resist all intruders." The Holy Mother of Order smiled. This great Tao world's owner is called Shi Tian. His great Tao world has existed the longest after the chaos. Is that the strongest great Tao world? No, a stronger great Tao world is on the way. It will appear in a few 100 million years. Holy Mother, why do I feel that you know more than the ultimate god of punishment? What kind of existence are you? Although the Holy Mother of Order was not as powerful as him, she always exuded an unfathomable aura. The Holy Mother of Order smiled. "I'm the Order of the Chaos. Han Huang, I believe that you are the primordial fiend celestial. You'll definitely create the primordial chaos, but you better wait until the endless era arrives. Otherwise, the primordial chaos power will devour the chaos, just like how the chaos replaced the primordial chaos. It will endanger all living beings in the chaos and the heavenly Tao." Han Huang was silent. At this moment, he suddenly looked up and saw a black light shooting over from afar. He raised his hand and grabbed it, catching a ring between his two fingers. This ring was like a crescent moon and was missing a piece, preventing it from forming a complete circle. Han Huang frowned and asked, "What is this?" The Holy Mother of Order said, "One of Shi Tian's rings, he's a warlike person. This ring can help you create a great Tao world and increase your comprehension and creativity. However, as you die, it will absorb your power of creation and help that warlike person. He's declaring war on you. Either you die and he gets your power of creation, or he dies and you get his power of creation." Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1033 Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity. Chapter 1033 Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity. The corners of the Holy Mother of Order's mouth curled up as she faced Han Huang's confidence. She didn't say anything else. The two divine spirits continued to watch and left after a long time. The news of Shi Tian's arrival spread after the chaotic assembly ended. The second chaotic assembly was extremely exciting. The one who obtained the eternal peak was the heavenly Tao's Zhao Shuangquan. The 10 absolute geniuses were Huang Zuantian, Tao Sovereign, Han Tuo, Formless World, Central Regions Han Emperor, Defying Divine Tao, Yi Tian, Han Yi, and Han Yao. Several of the previous 10 absolutes did not participate, such as Jiang Juesher, Morong Qi, the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, and so on. Many new faces also appeared among the 100 sovereigns, 1,000 lords, and 10,000 strong. Time passed quickly. Han Ju's clone brought his personal disciples back, while his main body was still cultivating. 1,000,000 years after the chaotic assembly ended, Han Ju finally broke through. Mid-stage Tao Creator. Creation dharmic powers began to erupt majestically. The ultimate origin world also expanded and countless stars were born. The ultimate origin world would soon reach the scale of the chaos at this speed. Han Ju checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 99,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999 Constitution, Mid-Stage Tao Creator, Perfect Sage, Technique, Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering Technique, Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin, Constitution, Extreme Tao Ultimate Origin Body. As expected of a Tao Creator. This breakthrough directly increased his lifespan by 8 digits. Amazing! Han Ju was happy and continued to consolidate his cultivation. 500,000 years later. Han Ju's cultivation completely stabilized. However, he felt a powerful force that wanted to drag the ultimate origin world out of the depths of his soul. Han Ju frowned. The more he cultivated, the stronger this power became. No wonder the chaos could no longer expand. Could it be that this power came from the blank domain and imprisoned the development of the chaos? If that was the case, Han Ju could only stop cultivating. Otherwise, the ultimate origin world would jump out and squeeze the chaos. This would definitely anger the ninth chaos. There was another way, which was to place the ultimate origin world in the blank domain. However, doing so would also expose the ultimate origin world. He had no choice. Han Ju couldn't stop cultivating, so he could only head to the blank domain. With that thought, he created a clone and headed to the blank domain. He first made the clone spread the transcendent rule of the ultimate origin world and divided it into countless parts, leaving more paths of survival for himself. Han Ju traveled the blank domain as he spread the transcendent rule. Great Tao Supreme experts didn't dare to enter the blank domain because they would lose their way. However, a Tao Creator was different. Even if he couldn't spy on the entire blank domain, finding the chaos was still as easy as flipping his palm. The blank domain was as lonely and cold as ever. Even great Tao sages couldn't enter this place. The blank domain was naturally lonely. Han Ju was suddenly curious. I want to know if the blank domain will give birth to living beings. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? The value of a Tao Creator. Continue. Not for the time being. Not for the time being. Then, there was a possibility in the future. Han Ju clicked his tongue in wonder. Another period of time passed. He saw a great Tao world floating towards the chaos. It was very fast, but it still required hundreds of millions of years to reach the distance to the chaos. His divine sense swept into the great Tao world. Han Ju was surprised. The number of living beings in this great Tao world was far inferior to the chaos, but the cultivation of the mighty figures was very strong. There were actually no fewer living beings above the zenith heaven realm than below. The number of freedom sages and great Tao supremes even exceeded the chaos. However, the great Tao sages were inferior to their numbers in the chaos because the chaos had been rising for the past 50 million years. There was no nine-headed divine spirit deliberately suppressing them. He noticed Shi Tian when he first left the chaos. Now, he saw another great Tao world. Were these the two great Tao worlds that Primordial Origin had mentioned? Primordial Origin was powerful. Could he spy so far from the chaos? Or was there someone behind him? Han Ju asked in his mind, I want to know who created this great Tao world. 5 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So high. It was even stronger than immeasurable destruction. Venerable Shi Tian. Continue. A message appeared in front of him. Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity, Mid-Stage Tao Creator, Chaotic Deity, Blank Guardian, Ancestor of Terror, transcends the chaos and exists in eternal spacetime. Amazing. Han Ju currently knew of 5 Tao creators. From strong to weak, they were the 9th chaos, the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity, Immeasurable Destruction Venerable Shi Tian, the Formless Transcendent Deity, and the Chaotic Consciousness. The weaker they were, the more they liked to stay in the chaos because they had nothing to do. For example, the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity and Immeasurable Destruction Venerable Shi Tian were busy cultivating and had no time to interfere in the chaos. Han Ju sighed and continued to leave the chaos. He wanted to leave and find a place to release the ultimate origin world. Han Ju's main body opened his eyes as his clone swam in the blank domain. He began the simulation trial to test his strength. He challenged 1,000 formless transcendent deities. Han Ju went all out and easily won. Then, he increased the number to 10,000. Fight 10,000 formless transcendent deities. After one simulation trial after another, Han Ju could only fight 20,000 formless transcendent deities in the end. This was already very strong. At least, Han Ju was satisfied. The Tao creator was very strong. Han Ju looked at Han Ling. Han Ling's emperor soldiers were very strong before the Tao creator realm, but it was unknown if they could continue to show their might after reaching the Tao creator realm. It was not difficult for a Tao creator to split into countless cultivation clones like him to fight. What was difficult was the Tao creator's creation. For example, Han Ju. It was not difficult for him to create countless clones, but it was impossible for all his clones to use the ultimate origin soul oblivion. The 2 formless transcendent deities Han Ju challenged could both use their mystical powers. According to what he knew, Han Ling's emperor soldiers could at most gather in array formations. Of course, perhaps Han Ling's emperor soldiers would transform after she really became a Tao creator. After ending the simulation trial, Han Ju prepared to continue cultivating when he suddenly saw a huge battle at the edge of the chaos. One of them was Han Huan. The one fighting him was not a chaotic life form. His aura should be from Shi Tian. They were both great Tao supremes and the battle pressure was very strong. The entire chaos would probably be affected if not for the great Tao divine spirits protecting space and time. Shi Tian was about to collide with the chaos. At that time, the living beings of the 2 great Tao worlds would definitely come into contact. Shi Tian's mighty figure was the first to attack. He wanted to show his mystical power, but he was stopped by Han Huan. Han Ju felt bored after watching for a while. Small fights. At the same time, more and more mighty figures in the chaos rushed to the battlefield. Han Huan appeared very strong and was completely playing with the other party. He deliberately did not kill the other party to increase the chaos prestige. The great Tao divine spirits clapped in joy. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1034 70 million years old, creating the ultimate origin. Chapter 1034 70 million years old, creating the ultimate origin. Han Huang stood proudly in the dilapidated void. Primordial chi wrapped around his body like a hurricane that stirred the river of time. With the domineering power to destroy space and time, he looked down at a mighty figure in a sorry state. This mighty figure wore the black armor of a swanni. His cloak was like flames and fluttered wantonly. His long hair emitted the luster of the great Tao. He glared at the high and mighty Han Huang. The mocking laughter coming from all directions made him want to explode. "I won't kill you today. Scram back and tell Shi Tian's cultivators that if they come to the chaos in the future, they have to stay with me. Otherwise, I, Han Huang, will definitely flatten Shi Tian." Han Huang said disdainfully and waved his palm. "Divine might, great heaven palm." The domineering palm force directly sent the black-armored mighty figure out of the chaos. The mighty figures watching the battle cheered. Then, they flew in front of Han Huang and began to praise him. However, a mighty figure suddenly said something inappropriate. "Han Huang, Shi Tian isn't here yet, but you're already so strong. You'll definitely anger Shi Tian. Why do this?" Han Huang glanced at him, and the other mighty figures quietened down. The atmosphere became solemn. The mighty figure was fearless and looked at Han Huang openly. Han Huang snorted and disappeared. The mighty figures heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Han Huang was not that ruthless to his own people. Han Huang had vaguely become the number one person in the Great Tao Supreme Realm ever since he suppressed the Life faction alone. Without the divine might heavenly sage appearing, it was very difficult to find an existence comparable to him in the chaos. The mighty figures also left one after another. The news of this battle quickly spread. All sorts of information about Shi Tian spread in the chaos, scattering the Second Chaotic Assembly's popularity. Even the reputation of the Eternal Peaks Zhao Shuangchuan decreased, making him extremely unhappy with Shi Tian. A million years later, Shi Tian collided with the chaos. The entire chaotic space rippled, as if the water surface was fluctuating. The 3,000 great Tao sounded at the same time and strange phenomena appeared in the myriad worlds. Shi Tian wasn't much smaller than the chaos. The void was the same as the chaos. After the two great Tao worlds collided, it was as if the chaos suddenly doubled in size. The mighty figures of the two worlds began to observe each other with their divine sense. Han Ju was also alarmed out of seclusion, but he only took a look and then resumed cultivation. Shi Tian was very strong, but it was impossible for him to overturn the chaos. Thus, he naturally couldn't be bothered. After Shi Tian and the chaos fused, the two great Tao worlds did not disturb each other for 10,000 years. However, as low-level cultivators explored the void and involved each other's great Tao world, the two worlds broke the silence and began to negotiate. As the leader of the divine spirits, the ultimate god of punishment visited the leader of the divine spirits of Shi Tian. It was unknown what agreement the two sides had reached. In the following period of time, the mighty figures of the two worlds began to enter each other's great Tao world one after another. As time passed, conflict erupted. The chaos of the chaos began to affect Shi Tian. More and more mighty figures headed to Shi Tian and wanted to occupy territory. Shi Tian overlords also touched the chaos. The leaders of the divine spirits of both sides never appeared, thus tacitly agreeing to the competition. Time passed quickly. More than 2 million years later, the living beings of the chaos were already used to Shi Tian's existence. It was the same for Shi Tian's lifeforms. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Detected that you are 70 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and head to the blank domain to open the ultimate origin world. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. It's time. Han Ju had been waiting for the reward to appear. He chose the first option and quickly jumped to the location of the blank domain clone to release the ultimate origin world. You chose to go to the blank domain to open the ultimate origin world and obtained a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Han Ju smiled. The ultimate origin world quickly expanded and covered the nearby blank domain after it was released. It was as if the darkness had suddenly devoured the paleness. The endless galaxy expanded from a small size, like a flower blooming in hell. It was beautiful and dazzling. Soon, the ultimate origin world returned to its original size, comparable to the chaos. A powerful force began to drag the ultimate origin world towards the chaos the moment it landed in the blank domain. Han Ju had already expected this, so he deliberately flew extremely far. At this speed, it would take at least billions of years to hit the chaos. Han Ju directly arranged for his clone to enter the ultimate origin world to prevent any Tao creators from attacking. Oh! I didn't expect a sixth Tao creator to quietly be born in the chaos. A voice suddenly sounded, resounding through the blank domain. It was like the heavenly might, vast and boundless. Han Ju's main body activated all his Dharma treasures and sighed slightly. He did not expect it to come so quickly. He appeared at the blank domain above the ultimate origin world, and his gaze landed in a direction. He saw a ball of black aura sweep over with unstoppable force. It was actually half the size of the ultimate origin world. The other party came menacingly, clearly wanting to compete with him. Han Ju didn't stand on ceremony. He was new here and could only show his strength to make the other party understand the rules. His eyes narrowed. The ultimate origin heaven seal suddenly appeared in front of the ball of black aura and suddenly expanded. In an instant, it became larger than the entire ultimate origin world and forcefully stopped the other party. Han Ju used the simulation trial to detect the other party. Immeasurable destruction. Venerable Shi Tian, early stage Tao creator, chaotic deity, first chaos inheritor, ninth chaos personal disciple. How dare a mere early-stage Tao creator act recklessly? The black aura exploded and transformed into a trillion-feet-tall mighty god. It was the immeasurable destruction Venerable Shi Tian. He wore a flaming black robe and stepped on two sinister black dragons. On his shoulders squatted two strange bird spirits that looked like eagles. He had a face that looked like a woman's and he carried a strange smile. Immeasurable destruction. Venerable Shi Tian looked like a human. He had a dignified expression and a smaller ugly face between his eyebrows. It was like a ghost, sinister and ferocious. What a terrifying killing intent. This was the first time Han Ju encountered such killing intent. Han Ju, a chaotic fiend celestial. You became a Tao creator before turning 100 million years old. Tell me, what's your relationship with the ninth chaos? Immeasurable destruction. Venerable Shi Tian stared at Han Ju and asked coldly. Boundless killing intent centered on him and turned invisible and tangible, forming a blood-colored color. It covered this blank domain and also drowned the ultimate origin world. Han Ju said calmly, "Are you declaring war on me?" Immeasurable destruction. Venerable Shi Tian laughed. How arrogant. That's right. The power of a Tao creator is enough to make people lose themselves. Junior, do you really think you're already invincible? Han Ju condensed the ultimate origin soul oblivion and 7 blades of divine punishment appeared around him. He replied calmly, invincibility is still far away, but it's more than enough to protect myself. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The auras of the two Tao creators rose steadily, causing the surrounding domain to begin tearing immeasurable destruction. Venerable Shi Tian narrowed his eyes. He was secretly shocked. Why is this junior's aura so powerful? Immeasurable destruction. Venerable Shi Tian felt that it was strange. It was impossible for anyone to become a Tao creator in 100 million years. Furthermore, it was in the chaos and was not suppressed by the ninth chaos. He thought of some things that the ninth chaos had told him about the past, and his expression suddenly changed. Thank you for reading on my box novel. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.